President Nangola communicated the departure of President Nyoma and said, among other things, and I quote, "Our founding father lived a long and a consequential life, during which he exceptionally served the people of his beloved country. Our founding father heroically marshaled the Namibian people during the darkest hours of our liberation struggle until the attainment of freedom and independence." He went on to say he provided a maximum leadership to the nation and spared no effort to motivate each and every Namibian to build a country that will stand tall among the nations of the world. I must also, Madam Speaker, also quote the statement issued by our leader and the former President of the Republic of South Africa, President Thabo Mbeki, when he said, in his remarks, Sam Nujoma was the last living member of the remarkable generation of the African leaders. In the ranks of Mwalimu Nyerere of Tanzania, Kwame Nkrumah of Ghana, Oliver Tambo and Nelson Mandela of South Africa, Robert Mugabe of Zimbabwe, Kenneth Kaunda of Zambia, Samora Machel of Mozambique, and of course, Andimba Toivo of Namibia. President Nujoma fought tirelessly for freedom, justice, and the inalienable right for African nations to determine their own destiny. Madam Speaker, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa, in his first State of the Nation address following the formation of the Government of National Unity, I couldn't help but saw in my mind racing to the day in which this House debated his opening address to Parliament following the historic May 2024 national and provincial elections. On that day, some among us, particularly from the opposition parties of our Parliament, declared that it was just a matter of time before this government collapses. Some even went as far as predicting that within the 6 months there would be no government. Happily, we have lived to see this day and therefore can state without any equivocation that such a prediction was nothing but a wish being the father to the thought. Madam Speaker, this year we are celebrating the 70th anniversary of the adoption of the seminal document of our people, the Freedom Charter, by the Congress of the People. The evolution of our struggle over decades since the adoption of the Freedom Charter presented to the world and humanity in general the kind of South Africa we want, for which our forebears were prepared to die. We, the representatives of our people, as constituted in our sitting today by all spheres of our government, have an obligation to pursue all these objectives, which remain central to the kind of society we seek to build. Last year, we celebrated the 30 years of our freedom. In terms of measuring the progress we have made towards the creation of a non-racial, non-sexist, equitable and prosperous society to which we remain committed, we made an observation that indeed we have a long way to go to eradicate the legacy of colonialism and apartheid. Given the important challenges we continue to face, the ANC steadfastly believes that these leadership echelons gathered here and representing all spheres of our government must continue to be driven by a sense of urgency in everything we do, responding to the plights of our people and black people in general, who continue to enjoy the hardships of the apartheid colonialism. It is in this context that, Comrade President, the masses of our people celebrated when, among other things, you signed into law the Bella Act, the NHI Act, as well as the Expropriation Act. These masses respected the fact that the continuing process of social and national emancipation to which we are subjected remains a contested terrain, where those who benefited from the exclusion will be hostile to any step taken towards redressing the imbalances of the past. Perhaps, and with the highest level of humility, let me also join to reiterate the point you made during the State of the Nation address, Comrade President, that in our quest to change the living conditions of our people, we will not be bullied. Madam Speaker, the National Liberation Movement understood then and even now that the process of social transformation is a complex undertaking, which at times will be marked by major contradictions between those who represent change and those who seek to defend the status quo. The ANC manifesto, which constitutes a binding contract between the African National Congress and the people of South Africa, outlines 6 priorities. Madam Speaker, I'm delighted to see that the State of the Nation address delivered by President Ramaphosa has effectively taken on board these and therefore now placed them as priorities of the democratic state. This Parliament will ensure that both the President and his government are accountable to the implementation of these priorities. Of greatest significance in this regard is the fact that the ANC, as the principal lead of the National Democratic Revolution, has an absolute and a binding obligation to defend the correctness of the policies, the policy perspective against our detractors, both domestically as well as internationally. Madam Speaker, almost 8 years ago in 2017, commenting on President Donald Trump's elections, one Dr. Shongwe in KwaZulu-Natal pointed to what he defined as a culture of narcissism. The African National Congress fully supports your decision, Comrade President, to have a delegation that will visit not only Washington but other capitals of the world to seek to persuade them into correctness of the position and the perspective of the African National Congress. And perhaps to qualify this point, let me quote what the president of the ANC, Nkosi Albert Luthuli, said, that if the charter is examined, it will be seen that freedom means the opening of the opportunities to all South Africans to live full and abundant lives in terms of the country, the community, and individuals. Thank you very much.
The next speaker on the speakers list is the Leader of the Opposition, Honorable Hlophe.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces. Thank you very much. We promised the nation that we will deliver our speech today as an opposition party, and we're about to do just that. We greet the leadership. We greet the leadership of Umkhonto weSizwe and the leadership and the members of the Progressive Caucus present here in Parliament. In all honesty, there is no need to dignify. In all honesty, there is no need to dignify the false and empty promises of President of the so-called Government of National Unity, because throughout his presidency, he has made many commitments and promises which were never fulfilled and will never be fulfilled. Allow us to greet and pay homage to the President of Umkhonto weSizwe, our Commander General, President Jacob Gedleyihlekisa Zuma, uNxamalala. During his tenure as President, during his tenure,
Honorable Hlophe, can you please take your seat? Honorable Member,
Honorable Chair, can you please take in charge of the House?
can you be on your feet?
The Speaker is been drowning here.
Honorable Member, can you be on your feet? And on what point of order are you raising on? On what rule are you raising on?
Chair, the Speaker has been drowned, please.
Please take your seat, Honorable Member. Your order is not sustained. However, Honorable Member, I understand that there is echo in this House. Please, if we could try our level best to remain silent and allow the speakers to deliver their messages. Thank you very much. Over to you, Honorable Hlophe.
thank you very much. During his tenure as President and Head of State, President Zuma never told lies. He never claimed easy victories. President Zuma prioritized the work on the ground and delivered the services to our people. We take this opportunity as Umkhonto weSizwe.
Honorable Hlophe, can you please take your seat? Honorable members, can we please allow the speaker on the podium to debate? Order, honorable members, can we please allow the speaker? Over to you, Honorable Hlophe.
Thank you. We take this opportunity as Umkhonto weSizwe to state without any fear of doubt or contradictions by all measures and standards. President Jacob Zuma is the most successful president and head of state that South Africa has ever had. We are stating this fact not out of emotions or excitement, but through verified statistical data, which we will summarize in our input today. President Zuma's 9 years as head of state and president of our country was not just 9 wasted years, but was 9 years of progress defined by increasing life expectancy, access to education, and massive infrastructural programs. When President Zuma assumed office in 2009, South Africa's life expectancy was at 50 years, and throughout his leadership of South Africa as head of state, the life expectancy rose to more than 65 years, and that is a fact. Furthermore, there is no doubt that the rising life expectancy under President Zuma happened due to clear government interventions which included heightened provision of antiretroviral drugs to those infected with HIV and AIDS. The number of HIV and AIDS-related deaths decreased drastically under President Jacob Zuma, and that is a fact. President Jacob Zuma President Jacob Zuma. In relation to infrastructure, President Zuma is number one when it comes to driving expenditure of education, health care, roads and transport and basic services of infrastructure than any other president in South Africa. It is a fact President Zuma built more hospitals, more roads, and more schools than any other head of state and president in South Africa. That is a fact. It was under President Zuma's presidency that the social protection net was expanded to reduce the devastating levels of poverty and suffering of our people. President Zuma increased the age categories of social grants recipients because he understood that people don't get richer when they get older. As the head of state and the president of South Africa, President Jacob Zuma openly advocated the expropriation of land without compensation. He was failed. President Zuma, was failed by a reactionary and collaborationist parliamentary caucus which frustrated a solid and sound agreement amongst progressive parties to amend Section 25 of the Constitution. In response to Fees Must Fall movement, President Jacob Zuma introduced fee-free education at higher education level. This was frustrated, however, and reversed by the administration that took over after his removal from office. We can throw statistical data on all areas of human development and progress, and we will all come to the same conclusion that the vision held by President Zuma far exceeded the narrow political obsession and persecution which the establishment subjected him to. Because he foresaw and politically knew and understood that South Africa's development and growth path cannot and should not depend on the imperialist and neo-colonial West, President Zuma built far-reaching and sustainable partnerships with countries that have no colonial and neo-colonial aspirations over South Africa and the African continent. It was President Zuma who got South Africa admitted. Yes, it was President Zuma who got South Africa admitted into BRICS. That is Brazil, Russia, China, and South Africa in 2010. And many other countries have since then applied for membership of BRICS. Madam Chair, BRICS amounts to 31% of the global gross domestic product, 41% of the global population, and a significant voice in regional and global political economic affairs. The recent bullying tactics of the United States of America are a clarion call that South Africa should deepen the economic relationships with BRICS plus countries started by President Zuma. We now have in progress BRICS family. We have now, under the BRICS family, we have the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, the United UAE, Islamic Republic of Iran, we have Argentina, we have Egypt, and the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, who can be sustainable and dependable trading partners and not bullying of tankers of goods and services produced and made in South Africa. Those are dependable partners. While we expect President Desmond Trump, while we expect President Donald Trump to end the imperialist war of NATO in Russia and to dissociate from the neo-colonial and dishonest so-called green energy, from the so-called green energy transactions imposed on the developing world, we do not agree with him and his promotion of white supremacists who claim they are facing genocide in South Africa. While there is no genocide and there is no threat of genocide in South Africa, let's make that clear. There are, however, legitimate cries of historically and presently oppressed and excluded black majority who demand the return of the land and the wealth to the ownership and control of the people as a whole, and not the privileged few beneficiaries of apartheid and colonialism. That is our demand. Under the leadership of President Zuma, South Africa has since made significant strides in engaging with BRICS partners in an effort to challenge the dominance of the Western countries. Notably, the BRICS bloc has shown interest in creating alternative financial mechanisms, including a potential BRICS currency and multilateral payment systems. Honorable Chairperson of the National Council of Provinces, we have an obligation as South Africa to defend our sovereignty and territorial integrity, and in doing so, we should appreciate that our sovereignty as a nation should necessarily include the protection and sovereignty and the territorial integrity of all African countries. As we stated in the matter of urgent debate yesterday, South Africa should never surrender the Democratic Republic of Congo to the rebels, because these rebels are funded by foreign role players, including the foreign governments and businesses which use rebels as conduits and militia to loot our natural endowments and wealth. If we run away and surrender DRC to the rebels, they will gain confidence and cause destabilization in the whole of East Africa, and then proceed to Southern Africa like they have already started in Mozambique. We cannot and should never surrender the Democratic Republic of Congo to these dogs. We cannot and should never surrender even 1 inch of Africa's land and wealth to these dogs. We have an elected government in the DRC, and those who seek political power should gain it through democratic means and with the support of the people, and not through the barrel of the gun. Honorable Chairperson, the year 2030 is 5 years from now. 5 years from now, and according to the National Development Plan, which claim is the GNU strategic objective, by the year 2030, you should have achieved the following. 1, NDP Vision 2030 of the so-called GNU says that by year 2030, South Africa should have 6% unemployment rate. And currently unemployment rate at an expanded definition to include discouraged work seekers. It is sitting at the moment at 40% of the population. These are people who have the ability to work but cannot find the jobs. 2, the National Democratic Vision of 2030 of the so-called GNU says that by year 2030, South Africa should have no one living under the poverty line. And currently, more than 40% of South Africans are living under the poverty line. Thirdly, this is part of the vision of the GNU, that by 2030, the so-called Government of National Unity says that by 2030, South Africa should have reduced the highest levels of inequality, yet our country remains the most unequal society in the world. South Africa remains the most unequal society in the world. We now know that the objectives and goals of the National Democratic Vision 2030 will not be achieved because this so-called Government of National Unity is directionless and does not have a common vision or does not have a vision at all.
Honorable Shope, can you please take your seat? Honorable Mhauli.
Mhlauli.
Mhlauli.
Thank you. This is Mhlauli.
Thanks.
I rise, Madam Chair, on Rule 68, which speaks to relevance and repetition. The speaker on the floor is not debating SONA, which is completely irrelevant to what the topic of discussion today is. Thank you.
Honorable members, once again, I want to make this appeal. Can you please avoid drowning the speakers or attempting to make a dialogue when the speaker is on the floor? Can we please be orderly? Honorable Mohaule, your point of order is not sustainable. Can we allow Honorable Shope to continue?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. We now know that the objectives and goals of the NTP Vision 2030 will not be achieved because the so-called Government of National Unity is directionless and does not have a common vision or does not have a vision at all. Honorable Chairperson, the South African Reserve Bank, through the Prudential Authority, is in the process of closing down Ithala Bank, which is the only bank in South Africa started by and controlled by black people and has been at the center of serving our people. There are available solutions within the state, including through massive investment by the Public Investments Corporation to rescue and keep Ithala Bank fully operational and give it a banking license in terms of the Act. But the DA-ANC alliance government is allowing Itala to be closed down in order to create space for the white-owned banks, in particular First National Bank. The Prudential Authority of the South African Reserve Bank continue to ignore the many bank violations of Capitec Bank, swept under the carpet the very fact that there is banking conglomeration in RMB, FNB, Discovery, and Green Road banks which are owned by the same people, yet it rushes to close down Itala Bank. We want to assure the people of KwaZulu-Natal that when we take over the province of KwaZulu-Natal in particular, we will revive and strengthen Itala Bank and restore it to its former glory and full operation. Meaningful economic participation by our people is not part of the NDP 2030 vision of the so-called GNU. Any self-respecting human being knows that South Africa will not achieve even half of the objectives and goals set in the NDP of the GNU because this GNU is full of self-contradictions and conflicts which will disrupt a clear development path to prosperity. The so-called GNU is nothing but a grand coalition of former liberators and historical but present oppressors. And the former liberators have joined the oppressors in the continued oppression of our people. While they travel in luxurious cars, the majority of the population's reality is one of catastrophic public transport that is akin to walking barefooted. This contradiction is starker in the light of the following. There is a widening fiscal gap in this country between the rich and the poor. It is now projected to exceed 5% of the GDP. B, there is a growing national debt expected to surpass 80% of the GDP by year 2026, a cause for concern. There is rising inflation and increased cost of living, forcing millions into deeper poverty as poor households are faced with disproportionate 11.3 increase in their food basket, pushing them deeper into poverty. South Africa remains the most unequal country in the world, with a Gini coefficient of 0.63. The inequality gap between the rich and the poor is growing wider every day. In 2024 alone, over 139,000 more people fell into the extreme poverty. Yet, despite previous commitments, the government has failed to introduce a basic income grant. The Social Relief of Distress, SRD grant, which provides critical relief to 8 million South Africans, remains uncertain and is likely to be ended in March this year. Informal settlements continue to grow, while state-funded housing projects still due to budget constraints that exist only on paper. Meanwhile, the rail system, a potential lifeline for working-class South Africans, remains broken, forcing reliance on expensive and unsafe alternatives. Government's failure to spend allocated funds is not just mismanagement. It is an active betrayal of our people. Over 90% of the municipalities are financially unsustainable and unable to meet their service delivery obligations. Water shortages and sewer spills have become a daily reality in many, many communities. Load shedding, now called load reduction, continues to cripple small businesses and the households of the poor, making economic recovery impossible. We as Umkhonto weSizwe are fully aware that instead of giving land to our people, the current government is cooperating with the white capitalist establishment to take away the land and natural resources of our people. Our Commander General, President Zuma, has had several engagements with Amakhosi from Richards Bay areas in Umhlathuze municipality in King Cetshwayo district of the KZN province. We are fully aware that the authorities, including the highest office in South Africa and the highest office in South African Police Service, have been threatening and intimidating Amakhosi from the area, intimidating them to accept a deal which will pillage and loot the natural resources and endowments of our people in the area. We take this opportunity to send a strong warning to the Richards Bay minerals owned by BHP Billiton and Rio Tinto that we as Umkhonto weSizwe, representing the majority of the people in Umhlathuze municipality, majority in King Cetshwayo district, and certainly a decisive majority of the people of KwaZulu-Natal province, we will not allow Rio Tinto and BHP Billiton to pillage and loot our natural resources. We will not allow that. In the next few weeks, we as members of Umkhonto weSizwe and the KZN members of the provincial legislature will be visiting Umhlathuze municipality in King Cetshwayo district of KwaZulu-Natal province to solidify our program and campaign against Rio Tinto and BHP Billiton. We will do that. We as Umkhonto weSizwe, we stand here on behalf of the people of South Africa, traditional and religious leaders, the unemployed millions of our people, the underpaid and exploited workers, the black professionals who suffer racist treatment in the workplace, the farm workers, and all the people who need a better future for our country, and state that Umkhonto weSizwe is the real alternative to current so-called government of national unity, which is nothing but an alliance between the DA and the African National Congress. The so-called government of national unity has exposed...
Honourable Member, your time is up. Please take your seat.
No, how about... Okay.
Honourable members, please take your seat. I'm now calling the Minister of Agriculture, Honourable Steenhuisen.
Madam Speaker, House Chairperson, Chairperson of the NCOP, Mr. President, honourable members. South Africa is in a crisis. For 10 years, our population has grown faster than our economy, making us poorer. We have the highest unemployment rate on earth, and that has now been the case for decades. Violent crime still destroys the lives and livelihoods of our people at a terrible rate. 70 of our fellow countrymen and women are murdered every single day. Our education outcomes continue to steal our children's futures, and positive progress is slow. 8 months ago, the Democratic Alliance entered the Government of National Unity for 2 reasons. First, to prevent the MK from getting their hands back on the levers of power where they would be able to loot another 4.9 trillion rand of our GDP and plunge our country into another 9 wasted years, where it wouldn't be the school children, it wouldn't be the poor that benefit, it would have been the same old elite that ate out of the trough of the public purse and have led our country to where it sits today. But we also joined the government of national unity. We joined the government of national unity so that we could play our part in helping to turn South Africa around, to turn the tide.
Honorable Steenhuisen, please take your seat. Honorable members, for the last time, once again, I'm pleading with you, don't drown the speaker on the floor. Over to you, Honorable Steenhuisen.
We joined the government of national unity to turn our country around so we can finally turn our back on the looting, the corruption and maladministration that typified the 9 wasted years under President Jacob Zuma. But we also joined to be part of the growth and jobs agenda and to make sure that we confront the crises that face us. The truth is, we've persisted for far too long with policies that fail South Africa. State monopolies being bailed out over and over again. Excessive regulation that makes it harder for businesses to grow. Empowerment policies that benefited the few and not the many. And a tariff regime that pushes up prices with no benefit, even to the companies that those tariffs are meant to protect. And underpinning that, a thoroughgoing lack of accountability, where those responsible can sit in the gallery of Parliament watching our proceedings instead of behind bars where they belong. Worse still, in the face of this crisis, we've yet to respond with the urgency and determination to make a clean break from the past and to set forth boldly on a new path of success. And now, having made ourselves weak over those 9 wasted years, we confront a new threat: US tariff barriers, potential threat of AGOA, and possibly even sanctions by a regime driven by an administration that will put America's interests ahead of ours. And make no mistake about that. And so what do? When a country faces a crisis, it needs to unite and navigate the threat. And that is what we must do now. And the GNU must practice what it preaches. And that is why, in a variety of portfolios, we've taken a decision to focus like a laser beam on growth and jobs. And that was what the President set out in the SONA. I was in Ceres yesterday to mark the first shipment of South African apples to Thailand in 16 years. Just one example of how this government is opening up new markets for our agricultural products. Solly Malatsi's ministers on a mission to get fast, reliable broad hands of millions of people in rural areas. Dr. Schreiber opening South Africa to skills and to tourists. Minister McPherson fast-forwarding infrastructure projects. Honourable Minister Garube focusing on long-term education excellence through a strategic reorientation. And Minister George ensuring regulations to enable sustainable growth. We need to approach our trading partners now and seek to lower...
Honourable Steenhuisen, please take your seat. Honourable Member.
Will John Steenhuisen take a question?
Honourable Steenhuisen, can you take a question?
No, I wasted 9 years listening to this stuff in the House
He doesn't
under
want
his
to
previous
take a
leader.
question. Please sit down, member. You can proceed, Honourable Steenhuisen.
We must turbocharge Operation Vulindlela. We must take up the World Bank's offer of a government-wide regulatory review. We must bring down the costs of living for our consumers. We must allow equity alternatives to ownership requirements in every sector. And we must make the bold decisions that are required to get our country moving forward. But there's one more thing we must do. There's one more thing we must do. And that is remember that South Africa cannot succeed unless everybody in South Africa succeeds, and I mean everybody, no exceptions. And that means we must redress the wrongs of the past. But we must do so in a way that grows employment and grows our economy. It makes no sense, for instance, that 30 years of transformation has occurred alongside a 50% increase in unemployment. We cannot redress the past by compromising the present or sacrificing the future. We must ensure that we respect cultural and language rights, which exist precisely because South Africa is a diverse and divided country. And we must ensure that every single South African feels safe in their homes and at their place of work. And that includes our farmers and farm workers. The dismantling of the rural safety units was a catastrophic mistake, and it opened the door to a collapse of rural policing and the targeting of our farmers and farm workers of all races by violent criminals and syndicates. Just this weekend, I was in Tabanchu, in Vicksburg, and other parts of the Free State, with commercial farmers and small-scale black farmers, to listen to their heartbreaking stories about how they fear for their families' lives, and they are preyed upon almost monthly by syndicates of stock thieves who destroy their opportunity to grow their businesses. Cases get opened but are never investigated. They know who is responsible but cannot secure arrests or convictions. This situation cannot go unaddressed. And as a result, in my capacity as Minister of Agriculture, I'm announcing that we're going to work with the sector to design a comprehensive plan to combat farm murders, stock theft, and improve rural safety. I look forward to collaborating with the Minister of Police and the entire Justice and Security cluster to bring an end to the scourge once and for all. Madam Speaker, we live in times of both great hope but also great fear. It is time for us as leaders, the people of this House, to lead by example. We should seek to unite, not to divide. We should seek to build, Mr. President, not to break. We should choose to reflect the best of ourselves and banish the worst. Madam Speaker, we must recognize the moment that we find ourselves in for what it is, a moment of great danger for the people of South Africa. For if they fall prey to the historic revisionism that we've just heard from the Leader of the Opposition, they could lull themselves into some complacency that somehow things were better when those policies and persons were in charge. Nobody took more advantage of the people of South Africa than the leader of Umkhonto we Sizwe, even using their money to build his own house while people lived in poverty. And we must reject the revisionism, because had we had that 4.9 trillion rand that was stolen under Mr. Zuma, we would have schools that were working, clinics that were functioning, police and nurses on the streets, and South Africa would be a better place. But never you mind, Mr. President, it's up to us now to pick up the baton and to take this country forward. But it means that we need to do whatever we can to turn the economy around. The time for a break with failed policies is now. The time for a new approach
Honourable Minister,
is now.
your time is up.
Now is the
You
time.
can take your seat.
Thank you.
Thank you, honourable members. Please take your seats. I'm now calling the next speaker, Honourable Malema.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the NCOP. We want to make it very clear that we should not be confused with a generation of cowards who can be bullied by imperial forces and power-hungry individuals intoxicated by the wealth of apartheid. The United States of America has bullied nations before and imposed senseless and arbitrary sanctions and threatened wars. But we are a different generation. We are a generation of economic freedom fighters and will not be bullied, Mr. President. We agree with you, President, that we should not be bullied. We stand on the shoulders of the giants who confronted the establishment with their very lives, and we are willing to follow in their footsteps. We are not cowards, and they must not try us. Chair, President Cyril Ramaphosa stood before a joint sitting of the National Assembly and the National Council of Provinces on Thursday last week, addressing South Africans and the world to deliver his 8th State of the Nation address. Yet he spoke as if it were his first ever SONA. There was no sense of accountability, no meaningful reporting, and no acknowledgement of the economic crisis facing our people. The President did not tell us what happened to the National Development Plan. He did not say whether it is still the guiding policy of South Africa, nor did he acknowledge that the country has been governed without any clear, practical, and guiding policy. Today, we have the medium-term development plan, but its direction and impact remain unclear, just another failed NDP. In reality, the neoliberal right-wing coalition has no credible economic plan. There is no clear strategy to create jobs while more than 12 million people remain unemployed. The economy is stagnant, and these are undeniable facts. We are facing a crisis as a nation. The crisis of high food prices, the crisis of unaffordable transport costs, the crisis of soaring petrol prices, the crisis of gender-based violence and femicide, and the collapse of the National Gender-Based Violence Command Center without an explanation. The crisis of water shortage in Mzinyati, Skukuni, and many other parts of Gauteng, it's a serious crisis. The crisis of inadequate housing in Alexander, Umlazi, and Kailicha. The crisis of collapsed municipalities that lack the capacity to deliver basic services. These are the crises the President inherited when he was elected President of the Republic of South Africa on 15 February 2018. In 2018, you said you will focus on rebuilding, yet things only got worse for our people. In 2019, you said to Mamina, the nation sent you, but to this day, we don't know what you went and did after you were too much. It was in 2019 when you stood before South Africa after asking us to send you, and you promised the nation speed trains and a smart city. You asked us to imagine a country where bullet trains pass through Johannesburg as they travel from here to Musina, and they stop in Buffalo City on their way from eThekwini back here in Cape Town. You said to us, the time has arrived to build a new smart city founded on the technologies of the 4th Industrial Revolution. We sent you to fulfill these dreams of yours, and 6 years later, you have not returned with a speed train or a smart city, and your term of office is slowly nearing an end. You said 2020 will be the year of tackling state capture and ensuring accountability. Yet not a single person has been arrested despite the 1 billion spent on the Zondo Commission report. In 2021, you declared it the year of recovery. Yet South Africa's economy deteriorated further, with economic growth falling below 1%, except for the brief rebound following the reopening of the COVID-19, which collapsed almost immediately. In 2022, You claimed you will address governance failures, yet corruption became one of the biggest issues under your leadership. And that corruption has found its way now into the judiciary. We never had crisis of corruption in the judiciary. It only started with you when you sealed the CR17 documents in court. We listened to you in 2023 when you called on the nation to work together, yet it was your own political party, the former liberation movement, that continued to deploy incompetent comrades to municipalities, boards of state-owned enterprises, provincial departments, and national government. And when you tried to tell us the story of Tintswalo in 2024, we told you right there and then that you were talking about a Tintswalo who does not exist. The real Tintswalo was born in a shack, raped at the age of 6, dropped out of school before reaching grade 7, and was murdered while looking for a job. That's the Tintswalo we know. And now, this year, you tell us that you will not be bullied. We agree with you that we must not be bullied, but you fail to tell us what you are going to do about it. It is not enough to simply say you will not be bullied. You must tell us what action you will take. When you respond on Thursday, we expect you to provide real, detailed response to Donald Trump. But we know that the 940 billion infrastructure plan is yet another empty promise. We know that 375 billion allocated to SOEs, which still do not have a clear reindustrialization strategy, is a waste of money. We know that the corporate approach and strategy for Transnet, the unbundling of ESCOM, and the so-called modernization of ports and airports are all just privatization in disguise. President, we know that blended finance will become another looting scheme when students here at CPUT are sleeping outside at this very moment due to lack of housing. But as economic freedom fighters, we have adopted the theme of the year of picket lines. We are going back to the streets, we are reclaiming our identity, and we want to reunite with our people. We will go to the streets to demand water for our people, to demand the speedy allocation of housing, to demand the eradication of pit toilets, and to fight for service delivery. We are taking our picket lines to the National Treasury and the Reserve Bank to demand nationalization and the transformation of the economy. We will picket outside correctional facilities to demand an end to overcrowding and syndicates within prison that control crime in the outside world. And we will demand the expulsion of private companies such as G4S, which has links to Israel and runs a prison in Mangaung. We continue to stand with the people of Palestine who remain under siege. We agree as the National Assembly that the Israeli embassy must be closed. Yet their flag continues to fly in our country, while Palestinians are threatened with mass deportation to foreign lands. We support the government's case in the International Court of Justice, and we must remain resolute in the face of sanctions and sponsored attacks. And importantly, we must oppose the colonization of Gaza by the USA. Justice and freedom for Palestine. One day, the people of Palestine will know the true meaning of freedom. Mr. President, we are not being attacked by the Trump administration because you did anything wrong. They are attacking us because of our stand on Israel. They are attacking us because of the action the government has taken to ICJ. And we are saying to you, do not be misled by people who are saying you are under siege because of expropriation, which is meaningless act. That act does not say anything, and they all understand that language. They are using it to fight our case against Israel. And when you say they cannot bully us, you must start by removing the Israeli embassy to show them that we will not be bullied. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Order. Honorable the Minister of Small and Medium Enterprises. Order, honorable members. Honorable members of the EFF, can you please take your seats? Order, honorable members. Order. We do appreciate that members, for whatever reason, they would like to applaud their speakers, their leaders. However, we need to be considerate when a speaker has been called on the podium, so that in future we do not find ourselves having to raise points of order when others do the same. I really appeal that we desist from doing so henceforth. Minister.
Honorable Speaker, last week His Excellency President Ramaphosa stressed that our most urgent task is to grow the economy above 3% so that we can build a dynamic and thriving economy that creates opportunities for the historically marginalized and generates new jobs. The National Democratic Society that we envision must be founded on a dynamic and inclusive economy that reflects the country's natural endowments and the innovation of its people. It must harness cutting-edge technology, labor-absorbing industrial development, a thriving small businesses and cooperative sector, and efficient production and management systems to promote national prosperity. This requires unlocking the full potential of all citizens, dismantling racial and gender-based barriers to ownership, and ensuring equitable access to economic opportunities. Mr. President, I would like to say up front that the issues of economic transformation in a comprehensive sense should be at the heart of the national dialogue, which government will convene soon. There is no way we can achieve the national consensus with an economy that excludes the majority. The social contract that we want to craft should contribute towards reconstructing our economy to achieve more growth, jobs, and inclusion. This is more urgent for communities in the township and rural areas, especially for youth and women. Our G20 theme of fostering solidarity, equality, and sustainable development is in line with our goals of achieving inclusive and sustainable development. It also reflects our deepest values to promote international cooperation, interdependence, and collaboration, something we need desperately in the times we live in. We have cultivated these values domestically in how we govern, how we forge consensus with varied stakeholders, and how we work together to meet difficult socio-economic challenges. With our leadership at the G20, the future looks most promising, honorable members. I would like to remind all of us of the Freedom Charter, which envisioned a country of brothers and sisters, black and white, living in a world where they all thrive economically and live in peace. Honorable Speaker, the President outlined 5 main ways to get to our 3% growth challenges that we have set for the nation through the SONA. There are several ways to get significantly more people economically active. Through the industrial policy that is being finalized by Minister Dau, we will enhance our efforts to support employment-intensive industrialization, public employment initiatives, especially those with pathways to upskilling and sustainable livelihoods. We are placing MSMEs at the center. We draw valuable lessons from the experience of other developing countries across the world. We welcome the announcement that over the next 3 years, this administration will spend 940 billion rands on infrastructure projects. We eagerly await the finalization of the regulations under the Public Procurement Act that will drive transformation, foster the emergence of new players in our economy, and enable effective participation of small enterprises. To ensure increased access to funding, the President announced the Innovation Fund and the Transformation Fund, which is worth 20 billion rands a year over the next 5 years. These funds will act as a catalyst to attract other funds and disperse more funding support to MSMEs. In the sixth administration, we disbursed over 4.1 billion on business development support, over 9.4 billion rands on financial support. The National Empowerment Fund has disbursed over 10 billion rands. To support innovation, we have disbursed over 1 billion rands through the Department of Science and Innovation. We are convinced that working with DTIC through the Transformation Fund, we will double these efforts in the coming financial year. Our partnership with the JSE is reaping results, with 15 high-potential SEDA-supported MSMEs that have increased their revenue by 22% and an additional 122 million rands that they pocketed. We continue to provide a range of instruments on wholesale finance, direct loans, blended finance, working capital and grants to various categories of the MSMEs and cooperatives. Some of those that we offer, we do so in partnership with financial institutions like the banks, where our credit guarantee and supplier guarantee products are working very well, leveraging R6.25 in financing for every rand that we guarantee. Our efforts on digitalizing systems at SIFA will accelerate turnaround times and improve accountability to applicants. Our Township and Rural Enterprise Program applications will now be processed within 7 days and the purchase order financing in 4 days. Through the small enterprise ecosystem, we have agreed on a stretch target of creating 1 million MSMEs by 2030, new MSMEs, and this will give us a total of 3.7 million jobs that our country so needs. We're currently undertaking industry engagements across various sectors to better understand trade and market demand pathways. Accordingly, we have engaged the automotive, wine and fishing industries, while in the coming weeks we'll be extending these engagements to the agricultural sector, the build industry, energy, petroleum and oil, sport and arts industries, amongst others. We have accordingly looked at the skills gaps within the MSME ecosystem, and to this end, we will be engaging the deans of commerce across the country to ensure that their curriculum respond effectively. This will give a clearer indication of the sectors and industries where there is most potential for MSME growth. Honorable members, our people in the rural and townships have been complaining about being excluded in their economy. We are finalizing the township economy and rural development plan, which will be presented to Cabinet, and in it will be ensuring that we build infrastructure for businesses in the townships. For us, land redistribution is the fundamental pillar of this transformation that we're talking about. Sustainable land reform must be supported by policies that equip small-scale and emerging farmers with the resources and skills needed for success. Economic transformation also requires a competitive and efficient market, free from the monopolistic constraints of colonial capitalism. For these goals to be achieved, the state must play a strategic role, including through directing resources towards boosting the township and rural economies. It is in line with this argument that we support the signed Land Expropriation Act and the Transformation Fund that the President has announced. Honorable Chair, we will ensure that we defend the gains of our freedom and democracy that works for the majority of South Africans, and therefore deliver on the aspirations of the Freedom Charter as detailed in our strategy and tactics. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. The Minister of Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, Honorable Hlabisa.
His Excellency the President, honorable members and honorable Speaker, the IFP entered the 2024 elections on a mission to rebuild South Africa. We knew that 2024 will be the most crucial elections since the dawn of democracy. We entered the 2024 elections determined to put South Africa first and to bring integrity back to government. And at the heart of this vision is the government that works for its people. The GNU must therefore be applauded, for it is committed to building a capable, ethical, and developmental state comprising of ethical, skilled, and properly qualified public servants. Honorable President, I agree with you. Municipalities must work. basic services must be delivered and delivered efficiently. At the heart of the crisis is the resources constraint of many municipalities. The current funding model for local government is unsustainable and perpetuates inequality between the rich and the poor. The new funding model is a must, one that considers each municipality's unique needs and challenges and provide a more equitable distribution of resources. Honorable President, you called for an updated white paper on local government. COGTA is already leading the reform of the 1998 white paper. Indeed, the White Paper Political Oversight Committee is already meeting next week. This presents an opportunity to rethink the funding model for municipalities. In March 2026, we will table in Cabinet an updated white paper on local government that will be responsive to the real challenges and propose solutions to make the local government work. Honorable President, the GNU will ensure that the commitments you made to the nation do not become empty promises, but a lived reality. We are encouraged that during SONA, you acknowledge the constructive and important role that traditional leaders can play in improving services to our people. For decades, the IFP has been proclaiming the critical role of traditional leaders in promoting development and stability in our communities. Hey, there's something which is disturbing here.
I'm sorry, can the service officers just check what's disturbing the minister?
Yeah, and I've removed it, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you for assisting.
We know the importance of partnering with traditional leaders to deliver services and promote development. Therefore, Honorable President, the traditional leaders must be properly supported and capacitated. The focus on new infrastructure development is also welcome, but it must be accompanied by maintaining and upgrading the existing infrastructure. To rebuild South Africa, we need to rebuild our education system, rebuild our healthcare system, and rebuild our economy. The IFP fully supports the principle of universal access to healthcare. Our concern, Honorable President, is the feasibility and affordability of the NHI in its current form. The government, therefore, must prioritize strengthening the existing public healthcare system, which is plagued by inefficiencies and shortages of equipment and medical personnel. The IFP proposes a more incremental approach to implementing the NHI, prioritizing strengthening the existing healthcare system and piloting new models of care. We also emphasize the need for greater transparency and accountability in managing NHI funds to arrest corruption and ensure that resources are properly used. We welcome the government's commitment to creating jobs and stimulating economic growth. We look forward to the implementation of the medium-term development plan, particularly in relation to the 3 strategic priorities of driving inclusive growth and job creation, reducing poverty, and tackling the high cost of living. Honorable Speaker, the unfolding drama and the international diplomatic fallout around the Expropriation Act is deeply concerning. We condemn those who spread misinformation and work against our collective national interest to rebuild South Africa. together with the nation, Honorable Speaker, I honor our fallen soldiers who bravely fought for peace in the Democratic Republic of Congo. Their selfless sacrifice will never be forgotten. The IFP supports initiatives to restore peace across the continent, knowing that peace and stability are essential for economic development, social justice, and human dignity. Abrupt withdrawal will not be in the interest of the continent. South Africa's presidency of the G20 is a significant milestone for Africa. As a nation, we must showcase our talents, abilities, and potential to unlock the economic opportunities that will enable us to address pressing domestic challenges. Let me reiterate the IFP's resolute support of the GNU and the GPUs and their vision of healing wounds of the past while working for a brighter future for all of us. Honorable President, on behalf of the IFP, I want to applaud and urge your continued support, together with the Minister of Finance, to the Premier of KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable A.T. Ntuli, in the fight against the liquidation of Ithala Bank. Ithala Bank remains the legacy of the late Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi and the economic backbone and pride of the African people, individuals and business people. On 24 February will be a day of great march in KwaZulu-Natal as we will take the fight to the street to fight against the liquidation of Ithala Bank. Honorable President, the IFP will be counted amongst the nation builders, not the breakers, the doers, not just the dreamers, the workers, not just the armchair critics. We stand ready to rebuild South Africa. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I would now like to call upon the Honorable Premier of the Northwest.
Honorable Speaker, Honorable Chairperson of the NCOP, His Excellency President Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, members of the National Assembly, and permanent members to the NCOP, Bagaetsho dumelang. Honorable Speaker, allow me to take this opportunity to pass my sincere condolences to the family of Lance Bombardier Itumeleng McDonald Moreo of Debate village in Mahikeng, who is amongst the 14 members of the South African National Defence Force who were killed in the Eastern DRC. We join the cries of many of our people in the country and the rest of the continent to demand that the African Union not relent in the 2063 commitment to silence the guns on our beloved continent. Honorable members, as we mark the 70th anniversary of the adoption of the Freedom Charter, we need to remind ourselves of the objectives we set ourselves in the National Development Plan. We said we want to build a more prosperous country that is progressively eradicating poverty and inequality over time. We also said we want to eliminate the effects of apartheid and colonial discrimination that has scarred our society in order to lay the basis for greater social cohesion, unity, and opportunity. Honorable President, the Northwest is arguably the richest province in South Africa, yet has the highest unemployment rate in the country. Experts and academics, they call it a paradox of the plenty. Therefore, something drastic needs to be done to turn the tide against this socio-economic conundrum. Honorable President, we welcome the process to review of the white paper on local government. The Northwest Executive Council is the first to be consulted and will be submitting our proposals in due course. It is our wish that this process, President, not to be rushed, but to allow for a broad and extensive relook into our governance model and design. This will enable us to learn from the mistakes of local government since its inception. The Northwest Province supports the position adopted by SALGA that the funding model of local government be prioritized and run parallel with the white paper review process. We are also of the view, President, that a broader conversation is needed to include overall public sector funding review, which includes equitable funding to provinces. A holistic funding review process should, in our view, include an in-depth scrutiny of the division of revenue model to determine whether its current form is it assisting poor provinces to address the socio-economic needs of the people. The Northwest is of the firm view that the current equitable share allocation model should be centered on addressing developmental challenges confronting provinces based on their needs and developmental agenda and not the population. This should be done, President, however, without compromising the unitary nature of our fiscal framework. Honorable Speaker, we are, however, hard at work to improve the functionality and the service delivery performance of our local municipalities through the local government turnaround strategy. We are collaborating, Madam Speaker, with the National Treasury through mandatory interventions to assist municipalities with financial recovery plans, governance, and skills audit. There is progress, Madam Speaker, but still a lot has to be done. During the State of Local Government in the North Province, we agreed that as we do our analysis, we still have to improve the manner in which we are doing our intervention. Honorable Speaker, we have increased the tempo in the province of what is called Accelerated Service Delivery Program. We call it Tuntsale Road, now reloaded. We are prioritizing our rural communities. This has given us a chance, Madam Speaker, to strengthen and solidify our relations with our traditional leaders by prioritizing water, sanitation, and road infrastructure projects in those rural communities. Close to 150 million rand has been set aside to implement water and sanitation projects in villages like Budibe, Ramosadi, Signal Hill, Dinokana, and Lobate, among others. We put also aside 485 million rand committed to do a construction of a pipeline from Bloemhof Dam to Mamusa local municipality. This project is due to be completed in June this year and will alleviate water provisioning challenges in the Swaziland and the surrounding areas. In November last year, we handed over 96 million rand bulk water and reticulation plant at Rika Karatile, near Stella in the Naledi local municipalities. Several projects of similar kind are being implemented in various parts of the province. Honorable Speaker, the Northwest is on the move. We have laid the foundation for most of the ambitious plans for the future of the province. We have recently completed the provincial growth and developmental strategy, and it will be implemented in full swing in the 25-26 financial year. The strategy is beginning to yield results in that in December last year, we opened a newly refurbished 200 million gold processing plant in Orkney in the city of Matosani local municipality. This forms part of a 2 billion investment by the China Africa Precious Metals, which created about 4,000 jobs in that municipality. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, we recently met the newly appointed Group Chief Executive Officer of Harmony Gold, Mr. Bayer Snell, and his group executive on the sideline of Africa Mining Industry. The mining company has invested over 7 billion rand at its operation in the city of Matosani local municipality, preserving over 6,000 jobs and extending the lifespan of a mine by more than 15 years. Several more investment projects are in the pipeline, following our investment conferences we held last year, including our visit to China in the province of Henan and South Korea. Madam Speaker, agriculture remains an important sector in helping the province to drive its developmental agenda. We have set aside 36 million rand to support the red meat production program targeted at over 7,000 beneficiaries in the province. We will be working with Agri Northwest to support us in terms of mentorship programs to assist in particular emerging African farmers. Honorable President, in the past 2 weeks, I handed over 2 newly built houses to a 70-year-old Sarah Khahudi as one of the beneficiaries in Mamusa local municipality. This forms part of our 3,000 housing units planned for the financial year, with a total of 2,000 units delivered to beneficiaries in the third quarter. Madam Speaker, we also constructed 4 strategic roads projects.
Honorable Premier, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Okay, thank you very much. We are done.
I noted that there are a lot of members who have made a pass into the local government sphere, and as he was speaking about the local government strategy on both sides of the house, I saw people nodding or listening carefully. Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Nyalo ngitawucela lilunga lelihloniphekile make Mathope atokhuluma nathi kulendlu lunga lelihloniphekile. Ningamphazamisi kakhulu nina bekunene uyaqala nje ukukhuluma kulendlu. Ngeje naye ke anganisukeli ukude ningamcali. Niphathane kahle nje nonke.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, Honorable President, honorable members and fellow South Africans. I would like to convey my condolences to the families of the 14 fallen heroes in the DRC, Sitipepi, Alihlanga Lingahlang. I want to thank the President for the well-constructed SONA speech. Mr. President, millions of South Africans eagerly watch. Now there's a great expectation on the delivery of your address. One of the promises is the 200 billion awarded to the Transformation Fund to support small and predominantly black businesses. It is my heartfelt wish that the black-owned businesses include colored and Indian South Africans as well, because history have learned that these groups were marginalized and had very little or no sharing in benefiting from funds such as these. Mr. President, thank you for sharing that 60% of South Africans are getting social or government support. However, it is concerning that because this is an indication that unemployment is high and proper job creation opportunities for all South Africans are in high demand irrespective of their race. Honorable President, it really is encouraging to hear that government prioritized 940 billion for infrastructure development, of which 375 billion will be awarded to state-owned enterprises for upgrading of their infrastructure. Can we please guard against corruption to prevent another state capture saga? Head of State, I am very glad to hear that PRASA will extend its network. But can you please address those who manage our public transport not to neglect our assets and left it in ruins? It is an eyesore to drive every day past the Cape Town station and to see so many train compartments in ruin. Mr. President, we will keep you to account on the promises you bring. We will keep you to account on the promise you bring rail, roads and ports to international standards. Mr. President, you mentioned that you want South Africa to be a global leader in commercial cultivation of hemp and cannabis. Can I ask that of the land you intend to expropriate, that you consider using this land to accommodate these commodities and upskill unemployed youth and women to proudly manage these projects? Tlhokomela setjhaba sa heso, Mr. President. And Mr. President, I clearly heard you say that we will not be bullied. And we all know that you were...
Honourable Member, your time is up. Ungqongqoshe we-Correctional Services siyacela ze ngaphambili umnumzana uGroenewald.
Geachte Speaker, die slagspreuk van die Vryheidsfront Plus verlede jaar was kom ons herstel en bou. Let us restore and rebuild South Africa. The preamble of the Constitution determines that we respect those who worked to build and develop our country. And we believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity. The ANC's Freedom Charter goes even further, saying, belongs to all who live in it, black and white. Now, Honourable Speaker, I want to put it very clearly that the Afrikaner is part of that diversity. And we want to build South Africa. En laat ons met mekaar eerlik wees. President Trump het die kolle geplaas op die Afrikaner in Suid-Afrika. Ek sê vir hom dankie, want ons is deel van Suid-Afrika. En ja, as daar mense is wat die land wil verlaat, dis hulle vrye keuse. Die Vryheidsfront Plus sal nie voorskriftelik wees nie. Maar agbare president, ek is hier om te bly. We are here to restore and rebuild. And if we want to solve the problems of South Africa, we must also look into the inconvenient truth of what is happening in South Africa. And part of that is land reform. In my limited time, I will focus on that. And it brings me to the Expropriation Act. And I want to put it very clearly that it is not true that expropriation without compensation will solve the land issue. What are the facts? If you go and look at the annual reports of the department, and if you look at the restitution, there were about 80,000 claims in terms of the restitution to address the unjust of the 1913 Land Acts. Of those claimants, 94%, and it's in the annual report, didn't want the land, they wanted the compensation. If we go to land redistribution, it is in the annual reports that 80% of the projects were failures. So to say that expropriation without compensation will solve the land issue and land reform is just not true. But what is happening in South Africa? And if I give you these examples of what is happening, we must remember one thing, that with social media, everything you put, whether it's on X or Facebook or whatever platform, it is for the world to see. And I want to refer specifically to the illegal, can I say, the invasion and occupation of land. Olivenhout was one example, where people just illegally invade the land. I want to give you another example. There is a farmer farming near Wepener. And there came a farmer with his cattle. He cut the fences and he is occupying that land. He went to the police.
Order. Honorable Groenewald, can you take your seat? Honorable members, we can converse without drowning the speaker. We can hurtle again without drowning the speaker or using our hands to make our statements. I would really appeal that we allow the speaker to present his statement. Honorable Groenewald, you can proceed.
He went to the police asking protection, but they refused. As we speak now, there is illegal land occupation at Stilfontein. There's a court order instructing the police to prevent it, but they do nothing. And that's the problem. If the police does not act, they're part of the executive. And then it can be said, but you are complicit to this illegal land evasion and occupation. Therefore, Honorable President, if we talk and we say we want to solve the problems, these issues must be addressed. The Afrikaner always contributed, whether you like it or not. They were part of those we say we respect, who worked to build and develop our country. We can only succeed to ensure that we are successful if we address our problems and we look each other in the eye and put the inconvenient truth on the table. We must ensure that we make South Africa so prosperous that people don't want to leave South Africa to go to other countries. But then, ons moet dan vir mekaar sê, erken die regte van die Afrikaner. Ons wil hard werk om 'n toekoms te skep vir onsself, vir ons kinders en die toekoms
your time is up.
vir almal in Suid-Afrika. I thank you.
Honorable Chauke.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker and members of this august House and fellow South Africans. Today we are gathered here as we debate on the state of the nation that was presented by our President, Comrade Honorable Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, President of the Republic of South Africa. We reflect on the history and the participation of women, youth, and persons with disabilities in the dispensation of our democracy. We look at how we seek to achieve economic inclusion and transformation. We seek to achieve an equitable and more just society for all. As we observe 70 years of the Freedom Charter, it says, the people shall share in the wealth of their country. The wealth cannot be equally distributed and shared without the empowerment of the most marginalized. There are policies, legislations that seek to empower young people, persons with disabilities, and women, but yet systematic barriers still persist. Now, President, in your presidential speech, you indicated that you would then be strategically deploying various representatives and officials across the globe, representing South Africa for best practices, and also to find investment that will then be injected into South Africa. We're saying, as part of those deployments, City to Martina, do not forget persons with disabilities. Do not forget women in these deployments. Do not forget young people who are the future of this country. Now, we look and observe the legislations and policies that we have adopted in this very House that seek to empower the most vulnerable and the most marginalized. We've got the triple BEE, and yet there are still systematic disparities that persist. We want to ensure that those who are previously disadvantaged and were marginalized from participating in the economy of this country are included, integrated, and are able to effectively contribute towards the development and the growth of the economy. We've got the Public Procurement Act that seeks to ensure that persons with disabilities, women, youth have a fair opportunity to become part of the procurement system, ecosystem, but yet systematic barriers persist. President and fellow members, it is important for us to ensure that these legislations just do not exist in paper and in writing, but they must realize their full potential. We must ensure that when we speak about the Equity Act that seeks to ensure that women, youth, persons with disabilities previously disadvantaged and excluded must have employment. There must be adequate treatment. This must be realized, but through adequate funding. Policies can no longer be developed without adequate funding that is set aside to ensure the successful implementation of these policies. If we do not do this, we fear and we will face failure going forward. And we will continue with the same cycle. Now, President, we know that South Africa is recognized and known for developing the most progressive and inclusive policies and legislative frameworks. And our biggest challenge, and we all are aware of it, South Africans and members of this august House, is the implementation of the lack of funding around it. It is our time now, as South Africa, we have claimed political power. We are liberated. Now we seek economic liberation and empowerment for all South Africans. It can no longer be that you've got people with disabilities who are reliant on the social grant. It cannot be that we've got young people, young graduates, who are unable to find employment. The public sector, along with the private sector, needs to play an integral and impartial role in ensuring that young people, persons with disabilities, women, are able to participate and have equal access. It cannot be that we are not fast-tracking the implementation of the BIG, Basic Income Grant, that seeks to leverage those who are previously disadvantaged households. It cannot be that we are delaying with the implementation of the Bill on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities that seeks to enforce the laws that protect and promote the lives of persons with disabilities. We've got the Gender-Based Violence Commission that seeks empowerment funding and support. It must be very clear that gender-based violence will not only be solved through commissions, through council, but would require each and every single citizen to fully participate in this effort. But government, private sector, we all have a role. Now, fellow members of this House, I repeat again, the important role that is played by the private sector. We can no longer let the private sector get away with murder. We can no longer let the private sector not participate in the contribution of this economy and ensuring opportunities for the most vulnerable. We must ensure that even us at a government level, we are meeting the requirements, there is consequence management and accountability. Transparency for us to regain the trust of our people, to restore the dignity of our South African people. We must ensure that we are relevant and we are leading on the global stage. We must ensure that we stand in solidarity in ensuring that we are able to trade with our African brothers and sisters. We cannot do it alone, but in solidarity, it is possible. Economic empowerment is not just a luxury. It's a basic necessity and a human right. Every single South African deserves and shall be economically liberated and empowered. And this can only be done through reinforcing our policies, our legislation, and having an adequate oversight over those.
Honourable Member, your time is up.
Thank you very much, Speaker.
Thank you. Honourable Trollip.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable President, it's time for South Africans to be South African and to honour and respect the preamble of the Constitution and the Constitution itself. This is no time for ethnic and cultural individuality, no time for racial polarisation or talk of secession. We cannot afford a race war, and we cannot allow those who foment this here and abroad to incite us. You said we won't be bullied. Thereafter, President Trump issued an ill-informed executive order, fueled by divisive narratives designed to fracture us. This should have reminded us all that we do not live in splendid global isolation. The backpedaling in the face of Trump's executive order and the looming threat of AGOA's revocation has been remarkable. It reminds me of the popular acronym FAFO. Be careful of what you wish for. The truth is, for years we've been bullied. Our BRICS partners dictate who may and may not visit our country, such as the Dalai Lama, and who we can and cannot engage with, such as the Taiwanese government. You have chosen friends that are pariah nations, that are neither democratic nor uphold human rights, nations at war with their own people through repressive regimes. Conversely, we treat democratic nations, our major trading partners, with disdain and insult. Let it be known that the racist rhetoric so freely bandied about in this Parliament and on party rally stages by the likes of the ANC, the EFF and MKP has grave consequences for us as a nation. Your ANC sins are catching up with you. You have prostituted yourselves to the highest bidders who grease your party wheels with no regard for the consequences. The New World Order sees which side you have picked, and now the chickens are coming home to roost. Javier Milei was unambiguous about this at Davos. Mr. President, your lip service to fighting corruption while promoting and protecting cadres who have failed at local government level, who've been implicated and convicted of egregious corruption and tender fraud, undermines our international reputation. This severely limits our ability to attract foreign direct investment to grow our anemic economy. We have a new generation, a new government, in words, not in deed. There's an interesting article about the changing of the guard in the United States entitled Overrides. It focuses on the dismantling of an entrenched and manifestly corrupt order. It is clear that there's been no override or dismantling of our entrenched corrupt order, as your SONA speech was as delusional, out of touch and fanciful as ever. Mr. President, you displayed dystopian disconnection, and I'm not surprised because your ministers do it every day. Minister Mantashe said, "Sizabakhupha when we asked him, when are you going to deal with the Lily Mine victims? It's now been 9 years. We hear that Vantage is going to open the mine. Not a word about the Lily Mine victims. Your police minister informs you that every police station has a victim-friendly service centre. They don't. Just ask every single GBV victim who has to go to a police centre to report a rape what it feels like. Your Minister of Home Affairs claims to be eradicating backlogs, yet his department cannot resolve a case I've referred to him of 2 South Africans awaiting passports abroad for more than a year. It's easier for illegal immigrants to infiltrate Home Affairs and bribe their way to obtaining documents that give them access to South African social security and other citizenship privileges that our citizens don't have. No, sir, the situation is actually dystopian. Apart from watching some GNU parties clapping like seals during your address and listening to their valiant attempts at endorsing your commentary, the rest of the country is not convinced.
Order, honourable members. Let's allow Honourable Modise to make his presentation.
Madam Speaker of the National Assembly, His Excellency, President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa, His Excellency, Deputy President of the Republic of South Africa, Mr. Paul Mashatile, honourable members, people of South Africa, Sanbonani. Chairperson of the session, I have said this before, and I hope I'm going to say it for the last time here today, that if you take a clown and you put it in the kingdom, the clown does not become the king, but the kingdom becomes a clown, or a rather circus. What we have been subjected to for the past 24 minutes by the Honorable Judge Hlophe is below par. They should have given it to Member Mkitama. He will have done something with that debate. Now I understand why Judge Hlophe will have said, says Tembelegi in the Matod, because clearly there's nothing there. Chairperson, as a way of introduction, let me first pass my greetings and my respect to the following women who had a profound impact on my political life. Unfortunately, all of them have since passed away. I'm referring to Teresa Ramashamula, Bavelile Hlongwa, Thembi Mnguni, Khumo Ndlovu, Sandra Baloyi, Lindila Sindwa, Elizabeth Letanta, Alina Rantsolase, Tlo Mujela, Pumpwe, Nonozi Mdlalose, and Thuli Nkabinde Khawe. The African National Congress welcomes and supports the State of the Nation address as tabled last week. We particularly welcome the elevation of water and sanitation sector as a key pillar of service delivery and economic development for the ANC-led GNU. Commitments to the Freedom Charter and the Constitution have driven the ANC government's effort to ensure universal access to safe, clean and drinking water and proper sanitation services. Over the couple of years, we have seen the ANC continued commitment manifesting itself through significant investment in water infrastructure. In his maiden State of the Nation address in 2018, President Ramaphosa announced the establishment of the Infrastructure Fund, which was subsequently established in August of 2020 to drive the infrastructure development across the country. As you have mentioned, the President, 23 billion has been secured to date for 7 large water infrastructure projects through the Infrastructure Fund. The financial support is critical for ensuring long-term sustainability of this project. Madam Chair, Bishop Ramila of St. Paul African Anglican Church in Moletsane, Soweto, and a CEO of DDK Merchandising in Rosebank, shared with me his views on the SONA, and amongst many things he says, I quote, President Ramaphosa delivered a more detailed than usual State of the Nation address, tackling some of the most pressing challenges. His speech focused on the triple challenges of poverty, unemployment and equality, emphasizing that low economic growth remains a significant barrier to the meaningful change, close quote. The government, under the leadership of the ANC, has made significant strides in accessing and resolving water challenges in our country. Amongst the key recent developments is the Giyani Water Project in Limpopo, where the Department of Water and Sanitation has managed to complete the first phase of the project, which is comprised the recirculation of water to 24 villages in the Mopani District Municipality, improving the lives of thousands of the citizens. In Hammanskraal, Gauteng, Woiwo is here to agree. The Department of Water and Sanitation, working with the Magalies Water and Tshwane Metro Municipality, have restored the water supply, and today, residents of Hammanskraal have safe drinking water in their taps. This is after the successful completion of phase 1 of the Hammanskraal Water Project. We agree with President Ramaphosa that the water sector needs to be reformed to ensure reliable, sustainable water provision in the country. In this regard, the ANC-led government has prioritized fixing the functionality of water service authorities to deliver on their mandate and provide proper funding for water infrastructure maintenance. The African National Congress supports the Ministry of Water and Sanitation's plan to encourage water boards to take a more active role. This means they will have to provide technical support to local government and manage water projects, ensuring that water service authorities can deliver water and sanitation service effectively. Furthermore, the African National Congress welcomes the President Ramaphosa's announcement committing his government to work with municipalities to establish a professionally managed, well-financed, modern and fit-for-purpose local government system that is capable of delivering its mandate, among others, the provision of safe, clean drinking water and proper sanitation services. Chairperson, Ms. Lindiwe Kanyai, founder of On Shelf and Beyond, a black-owned female company, says on the State of the Nation, and I quote, "I was truly encouraged by President Ramaphosa's speech and his reaffirmation of government commitment to economic transformation. We are ready to collaborate with government to help shape and execute solutions that will transform the lives and uplift our communities." Close quote. The water and sanitation sector is ready to play its part in addressing the lack of technical skills within most of the water service authorities. For instance, Rainwater is currently expanding the scope of the Rainwater Academy, which was established in 2012, to now develop technical skills much needed to address South African water challenges. Chairperson, the ANC-led GNU is committed to ensuring much needed attention and increased investment in sanitation, not only in ending sewer spillages, but most importantly, in protecting the dignity of vulnerable in our society. Already, the Department of Water and Sanitation has issued for public comment proposed amendments to the National Water Act and the National Water Services Act, where it said that the bucket system should be outlawed and that there should be no municipality to ever provide the bucket system as a temporary measure, even in informal settlements. Provisions are already existing to increase the investment in sanitation through the Green Fund by the Department of Environmental Affairs, as administered by the Development Bank of Southern Africa. Chairperson, as I conclude, please allow me to express my gratitude to the ANC-led government commitment to resolving the issue of inadequate water financing, which has currently hindered the provision of water and sanitation services to communities. President Ramaphosa has asserted during the State of the Nation that his government is committed to developing innovative ways of funding infrastructure. Among the innovative ways, the ANC has proposed ring-fencing of traditional funding, the use of traditional grants, blended finance, private sector partnership, and encouraging departments and local municipalities to access blue and green bonds. If this is a coincidence, Chairperson, then it's a very bad coincidence, because this chap is known to have played a key role in collapsing of Vendor Building Society, otherwise known as VBS. And in August of 2024, he then moved to KwaZulu-Natal, and suddenly, Itala is experiencing problems. I don't know if this is a coincidence. As the African National Congress, we are convinced that all above measures will enhance the national government support for water authorities, and by implementing innovative financing mechanism to address water challenges, we can ensure access to an efficient provision for water and sanitation. Therefore, We call on all municipalities, water boards and communities to work together in advancing security in the country. As President Ramaphosa has said, we as South Africa need to work together to confront our country's challenges and build a nation that works for all its people. I thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. The whips of all parties have consulted among each other and agreed that we will now take a break, comfort break for 30 minutes. The reason for that is that we don't have enough ablution facilities, and that is why we're giving 30 minutes to all of you. The bells will be rung at 4:30 to allow all of us to come back. The House is adjourned. Sorry, the business of the day is suspended for a while, not adjourned. So you are not going home.
uvele nje
Madam Deputy Speaker.
Honourable members, please be seated. Honourable members, we will now proceed with the debate. Please take your seats, and could we have order? I now invite the Honourable Kwankwa.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Reflecting on the impact of what I prefer to call the populist ultra-nationalist policies of the United States of America during President Trump's first term in office, The Economist magazine posed a fundamental question in April 2017 as to whether China was challenging the US for global leadership. They put it as follows. I quote, "The two countries are looking in opposite directions. America away from shouldering global responsibilities, China towards it. And they are reappraising their positions in different ways. Here, like the China administration, the Trump administration is dashing from one policy to the next, sometimes contradicting itself and willing to box any rival it sees, whether perceived or real, I might add. China, tortoise-like, is extending its head cautiously beyond its carapace, taking slow and painstaking steps towards global leadership," end quote. This statement, as you know, President, is as true today as it was when made 7 years ago. Honorable President, President Trump's recent executive actions, predicated as they are on misinformation and unfounded rumors, require us to assess our position in the world, to deepen political and trade relationships with countries who endeavor to shoulder more global responsibilities. To this end, we should reorient our trade priorities towards BRICS countries, who constitute approximately 50% of the global population, and the African Continental Free Trade Area. We should also use the upcoming G20 summit to advance Africa's interests in global trade and the development of an equitable global order. In this regard, President, I appeal to you to conduct sober and holistic appraisals of our involvement in the DRC and other continental obligations. While talking about the DRC, I must hasten to add that I found the warmongering that took place in the debate here yesterday deeply repulsive. It is easy for politicians to irresponsibly call for war from the comfort of their fancy offices in Parliament, when in fact the consequences of war are too ghastly to contemplate. Borrowing again the metaphor of a tortoise, President, we should continue, despite pressure from the US, to extend our heads cautiously beyond our carapace, taking slow and considered steps in support of the struggle of the people of Palestine in their effort to disentangle themselves from a comprehensive web of oppressive entanglements. Honorable President, as you indicated in your speech, the empowerment of women, youth, and people with disabilities is of paramount importance. It is therefore unpardonable that 30 years into our democracy, coming from one of these groups, vulnerable groups, serves as a fixed impediment to individual success. In fact, for many of these vulnerable groups, rising above one station is an enterprise for only those most courageous and ambitious. The commendable opening of new ports in other provinces, together with the focus of the Secretariat of the Continental Free Trade Area Agreement on guided trade initiatives for businesses of women, youth, and people with disabilities, should help us to create access to markets for businesses of the marginalized groups. In addition, the proposed change in the funding model for municipalities presents an opportunity for rural municipalities which currently have no revenue-raising capacity to use increased budget allocation to resuscitate their failing economies and to support businesses of marginalized groups. However, President, strict measures should be taken to ensure that the restructuring of the funding model for municipalities does not end up in an exercise where we rob Peter to PayPal. President, while we accept the importance of social
Honourable
grants...
Kwankwa, your time has expired.
Dear Bulel, I thank you.
I now invite the Honourable Boshoff.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, Honourable Chairperson of the NCOP, Mr. President, members of the House. We meet today in the wake of the President's State of the Nation address, an occasion intended to offer direction and hope. Yet how can we speak of hope when the President again proposes a questionable policy that undermines economic growth, discourages investment, and exacerbates already high levels of unemployment? Minister Thal's unilateral announcement of the 100 billion transformational fund is not just a bad policy, it is significant concern for democratic processes, an attack on our economy, and a direct threat to fairness, accountability, and the rule of law. This fund was never approved by Cabinet. It was never debated within the GNU. It was never subjected to the due processes that govern major financial policy decisions. Instead, it was unilaterally declared as though the ANC still governs alone. Let me make it abundantly clear, they do not. This government is a GNU and not an ANC dictatorship. The days of steamrolling over South Africa's economy and institutions for the benefit of a few elected elite are over. Years of poor economic policies, crippling corruption, and rampant crime has resulted in a stagnating economy and gradually, over the last 3 decades, took the voters away 20% of their support. And despite this, the ANC went ahead and pushed through NHI, Bella Bill, and the EWC under guise of caring. But in effect, all 3 acts do nothing for the economic growth or creating jobs, and each of them limits individual freedom. Speaking to you, sir, read the headlines, ANC. Your policies are not working, and that's why the voters are rejecting you. The ANC did not give us the GNU. The voters did. They rejected ANC policy. They rejected race-based legislation. I must, however, stress the need for transformation is not up for a debate. It is a necessity. This means the means by which we achieve it
Honourable Member, please take your seat. I recognise the Chief Whip of the DA.
Thank you, Honourable Deputy Speaker. My apologies for doing that to our member, but the member is being drowned out from here where we sit. Can you please ask that the members afford the necessary respect to her? Thank you.
Honourable members, we have made the request earlier this afternoon as well. Please keep down the comments and the heckling so that everyone, even at the back, can hear the speaker. Honourable Boshoff, please proceed.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. However, the means by which we achieve it must be legally sound, economically viable, and transparent. This fund, in its current form, fails on all 3 counts. We have seen this exact playbook before, at Eskom, at Prasa, in PPE scandals, and the billions looted during the state...
Honourable Boshoff, please take your seats. Honourable Dugmore. Please try another microphone.
Deputy Speaker, I'd like to ask if the honourable member is prepared to take a question and explain, is she in Zilla's caucus or in John Steenhuisen's caucus? Will she take that question?
Honourable Boshoff, are you prepared to take a question?
Do not entertain silly questions.
Please
South
proceed.
African businesses are already struggling due to unreliable power supply and unreliable water supply, a failing infrastructure, a punishing tax regime and policy uncertainty, which is driving investors away. And this fund will only worsen it. The National Empowerment Fund, which is expected to administer this fund, has faced ongoing scrutiny for governance inefficiencies and financial mismanagement. Without strong oversight mechanisms in place, 100 billion in public and private sector contributions could easily become a bottomless pit, failing to deliver meaningful economic transformation while again enriching a select few. We advocate for transparent governance that ensures all public funds are managed through National Treasury and not the questionable NEF. The DA has exposed the full extent of this disaster. My colleague Toby Chance has done hard work in Parliament to reveal the fund's lack of consultation, financial irregularities and unconstitutional design. Agbare President, daar is klinkbare bewyse dat ekonomiese beleide wat rasgebaseerde kriteria nastreef, daar gestel is om net die elite bevoordeel en moet onmiddellik geskraap word en vervang word met meriete gebaseerde behoeftegedrewe bemagtiging. Finish en klaar. Across every sector, from small business owners to major corporations and foreign investors, there is widespread rejection to this plan. En die publiek, agbare president, hulle sien reg deur julle. Na jare van korrupsie, van staatskaping tot plundering van die COVID-hulp, weet Suid-Afrikaners presies wat gebeur as die ANC hulle hande op die 100 miljard gaan kry. Dit gaan nie na transformasie lei nie. Dit gaan in die sakke van die gekoppeldes verbind is. Ons sal dit nie toelaat dat transformasie as 'n verskoning vir plundering gebruik word nie. Honourable members, there is an alternative to this slush fund. The Democratic Alliance's Economic Justice Policy. Go and read it. This offers a transformation model that is transparent, accountable, and driven by economic growth. This policy speaks to enterprise-driven transformation, empowering small and medium businesses through incentives and investment-friendly policies, skills development, and not forced racial quotas. The reason for a GNU is to find the best policies from each member party and implement them well. In conclusion, Honourable President, if you believe in fairness, accountability and economic growth, I say this, reconsider this brewing mistake. Fight for real transformation and economic growth for all South Africans, not only the politically connected few. Scupper this impending disaster of a fund and listen to South Africans. Jobs and growth are what they need, not repackaged policy failures. We are committed to ensuring that this policy does not proceed in its current form. I thank you.
Honourable the Minister of Human Settlements.
Thank you very much, Honourable Madam Deputy Speaker, Honourable President, Honourable Deputy President, Honourable members, good afternoon. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Deputy Speaker, to partake in this important debate following a historic and a groundbreaking State of the Nation address. Honourable President, today's debate coincides with the 35 years release of Madiba from prison. President, you provided, like a statesman, a true statesman, a formalistic, succinct speech befitting of who you are. It's a pity that some had very little of it. We accept even that the ANC gains of governance are now personalized today. In some of the years, they belong to one person alone. Honourable Boshoff, transformation cannot only be determined by you. We will determine it jointly, and the Transformation Fund will go on. If there's nothing that you hate and hate more, it's transformation, and you don't want to see it. Honorable Trump, wherever he sits, has invited you to come and be with him. Go, that's the country that does not need transformation. We need transformation. Honorable Trolley, delusional is you. The president is not delusional. You remain out of the XNSA, out of the GNU, because your friends put you into a minshot, bakushiyulele upemile. Honorable Groenewald, I was born in Petal, the only farming town. The only thing we do in Petal until today is farming. It went to an extent of killing people and putting them underground. The reason why farmers survived before CASP and are still surviving today, it is because of the funds that they were getting annual. Black people and black farmers are successful. Maybe what you should be suggesting is we need to give them more money annually for all those institutional programs to succeed. They are not failures. Honorable Malima, you read part of what President Cyril Ramaphosa said. Let me remind you one thing he said, for example, in the 2024 SONA. He said he will introduce the finance-linked individual subsidy program, which was knownly FLIPS at the time. Today we call it First Home Finances. And as we speak, families between 3,500 and 22,000, 5,082 of them are first-time home owners, assisted by the government of Cyril Ramaphosa, after they've been neglected by commercial banks. In the year 2024-25, Honorable President, we are intending to upgrade that program and touch the lives of black people to 140,000. We are partnering with all the Phison Convents Corporation. We're now taking this area to rural areas, this program rather. And we would like to thank the National House of Traditional Leaders, eThekwini eNanda, and the local municipalities, Umlamuli, are already giving us traditional land where we'll finance our black people in rural areas to be first-time home owners. You spoke about a distribution of land here. We are participating in student accommodation here in the city of Cape Town. Our kids were toy-toying yesterday. But we have already approved 2 settlements of ensuring that student accommodation happens, one in Pela and one in Palo. About 927. Now let me remind you, Democratic Alliance. You only build when there's a constitutional court outcome. I will give you the statistics of how correctly and goodly are you failing to provide human services. Bendilindel.
Honourable member at the podium, please take your seat.
Deputy
Honourable
Speaker,
member.
this person is speaking like she's in a coffee shop. We're not in a coffee shop here. Please.
Honourable
Whatever
member.
she drank, she can't bring it here.
Honourable
I can
member.
smell it from here. Please.
Honourable member.
We're not in a
please
shebeen here.
withdraw that.
Please, man.
Honourable member at the podium, please proceed.
Honorable Pambo, try better. Usemfana omncane kakhulu. Practice politics uzawuza next year. They will give you the stage next year. Not now. Awuna podium uyingane encane. So listen to me as I deal with how the Democratic Alliance is failing to demarcate land. The Bronwell Court outcome at the Constitutional Court just 2 weeks ago show who you are. Forced evictions, taking people out of the community settlements in town, throwing them to 30 kilometers away. Is that the first court outcome? No. The commando outcome, housing, also Constitutional Court. Hambani ganise a transformation fund to the Constitutional Court, Nizau because constitution can only be determined by you. As I'm about to conclude, I would like to ground off how you do not spend. In 2023 and 2024, Western Cape is Nambamsila. We took back 250 million, which you couldn't spend, and you should have built houses at Danon every December. In our housing development grant, as we speak, you are at 41%, you are likely to lose over 300 million. Go and house people correctly. In the informal settlement grant, you are at 20%. Again, you are going to send money back. Where are the provinces? Limpopo, 64%, KZN, 86%. A national refund where you took back 222 million still screams at you. There's no time to waste. South African wants us to fundamentally change, and we will never be dictated by those who think change can only be determined by them. Yes, I had a coffee shop because Ramaphosa had no finance scheme then. So apply and go to depend.
I now invite the Honourable Zibi. Order, members. Order, members. Honourable members, I have already called the next speaker. Order. Honourable Zibi.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Madam Deputy Speaker, I wanted to talk about domestic issues, given the importance of the issues we have to deal with domestically. But we are living in strange times. The U.S. Embassy in South Africa has issued a statement that they are closely monitoring land and farm seizures in South Africa and remain committed to fair and just resolutions. This is obviously untrue. It's a lie, as are many statements the second Trump administration makes about other countries and agencies of the U.S. government itself, such as USAID. These untruths have led to decisions affecting 17% of our HIV/AIDS funding and 15,000 jobs in the related sector. So these are not for casual observation, but deadly serious for us and other developing nations. This is an administration that engages in acts of bullying, such as the use of tariffs and other punishments our international partners like Canada, Mexico, and China have had to endure just in the last 2 weeks alone. We are not exempt from this new dystopian world. The U.S. is one of our largest trading partners, and so this affects the state of our nation in the immediate future. In 2024, we exported 157 billion rand in goods and services to the U.S., while importing just over 120 billion. Mineral product and chemical imports from the U.S. into South Africa amounted to 35 billion, while we exported over 20 billion rand of the same. Exports of vehicles, aircraft, and the like amounted to 35 billion. There are tens of thousands of jobs involved and many more livelihoods. We are joined at the hip, but this deep relationship is about to undergo serious strain, with potentially devastating consequences for South Africa's economy and jobs. Mr. President, we must not be caught napping. It is only a matter of time before we are removed from the AGOA arrangement, and God knows what other consequence. Now is the time to build export and foreign exchange earning streams and to guard jealously trade and other relationships we already have elsewhere in the world. We must act with urgency and speed while being calm and considered in how we respond to a clearly irrational administration across the Atlantic. After all, it is this new government, rather than the American people in general, that want to break apart an enduring relationship built over the decades. Mr. President, we must also consider what is going on in this proper context. There is a concerted effort to undermine democracy, democratic accountability, and an inclusive, equitable world. Social media platforms are being used by that former South African and others to undermine democracy internationally by spreading dangerous misinformation. The truth and accuracy of information are fundamental blocks of democracy, and they are being taken apart daily here in the US and elsewhere. These tech companies no longer do any fact-checking, with dangerous consequences. National consensus on key policy matters is not possible when millions exist in an imaginary universe, such as they are creating. We must use statute and regulation to force them to do fact-checking here or stay out of our country. I am sorry that these previously unimportant matters are coming to the fore on an occasion like this, but complacency is too expensive. What we see unfolding in the US is proof of that. We must act now to protect our economic interest, internal stability, and democracy in general. I also wish to say to those who want to use the opportunity presented by a racist right-wing government in the US to create further problems for us here in South Africa, these are people who do not care about you. They only care about their domestic agenda. We must focus on fixing our own country and building the society we all deserve. I thank you.
Honourable the Minister of Home Affairs.
Madam Deputy Speaker, digital transformation provides our country with a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to leapfrog into the future. While countries like Brazil, India, and Estonia have long embraced digitalization to overcome their problems, South Africa has continued to use manual, paper-based systems dating from the previous century and allowed digital platforms that do exist to decay. The Democratic Alliance therefore welcomes the President's embrace of digital transformation in his State of the Nation address. But this must include urgent regulatory reform to the monopoly held by the state information technology, which suffocates technological innovation. If this can be achieved, then the President's announcement indeed creates an opportunity for our country to not only leapfrog into the digital age, but also to harness digital transformation to achieve the apex priority of the Government of National Unity, which is to grow the economy and create jobs. This is our opportunity to re-engineer government itself, where the paperwork, the queues, and the fraud is replaced by secure online systems available at a touch, as the President aptly put it. At the heart of achieving all of this sits Home Affairs. The key to digitalizing government is the creation of a user-friendly digital identity system that is biometrically secured against fraud. Honourable members, just think about the possibilities. A secure digital ID for every person can eliminate fraudulent payments of social grants and NSFAS funding, make identity theft a thing of the past, create a secure digital wallet for IDs, passports, driver's licenses, educational certificates, and other official documents, and enhance the power of the South African passport. Madam Deputy Speaker, these changes will not happen overnight, but we are working flat out to enable all of this through our vision to deliver Home Affairs at home. In terms of this vision, and in addition to building the first components for digital ID, over the next 12 months, the Department of Home Affairs, the Border Management Authority, and Government Printing Works will collectively pursue the following priority reforms. Firstly, and for the first time, we will introduce the option to have IDs and passports securely delivered to the doorsteps of our clients in the same way that banks already deliver debit and credit cards. Secondly, we will engage with banks and retailers to dramatically expand the successful pilot project that delivers Home Affairs services in some bank branches. This project works, but has been limited to only 30 branches for the past decade. I now want to expand it to hundreds or even 1,000 bank branches to enhance access and inclusion and ensure that South Africans in both urban and rural areas can visit their local bank branch to get a new ID or passport. Thirdly, also as part of expanding access and inclusion, we are working to ensure that every person who is legally entitled to a smart ID is able to get one by fixing the IT block that currently still forces naturalized citizens and permanent residents to use the less secure green ID books. And finally, as the President announced, we want to introduce an electronic travel authorization system to begin automating the visa process through machine learning and AI. At the heart of these reforms is a mindset shift that recognizes that data is the currency of the future and that it is the individual that owns their own data. After all, it is your ID, your passport, and your child's birth certificate. This means that the job of government is not to act as a centralized gatekeeper. Instead, just like the job of a bank is to secure your savings while still granting you access to your own money, Home Affairs is the custodian of data, and our job is to ensure decentralized, secure, and efficient access for our clients to their own data. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to acknowledge that South Africans are tired of empty promises. That is why I conclude my remarks today with an announcement that shows how Home Affairs under the GNU is indeed turning words into action. Bright and early tomorrow morning at 8 a.m., our brand new digital portal for the Trusted Tour Operator Scheme will go live. Through this portal, vetted tour operators will immediately be able to submit group visa applications to bring many more tourists from India and China to visit beautiful South Africa. This process has been digitalized from beginning to end, and tourists will no longer fill out a single form or stand in a single queue. To illustrate the scale of the change, before TTOS was created, there were only 2 South African missions in China and only 2 missions in India to cater to the needs of the 2.8 billion people living in those 2 countries, many of whom want to come to South Africa as tourists. Going forward, tour operators will submit an online group application and receive the outcome of their application digitally within just 3 days. Importantly, this new system was built in-house by harnessing the talent of the young people on Home Affairs' own software development team. I hope that within a matter of weeks, Minister Patricia de Lille and I will be able to welcome the first airplane full of tourists who would otherwise not have come to spend their money in South Africa. This is Home Affairs demonstrating the power of digital transformation to create jobs. Our commitment is to delivering dignity for all, both by giving people access to services and by driving job creation through visa reform, because nothing on earth
Minister,
delivers
your time has
dignity
expired.
like a job. Thank you.
Honourable the Premier of Mpumalanga.
Honourable Deputy Speaker, thanks for your time. Madam Speaker of the National Assembly, Honourable Tokodi Diza, Chairperson of the NCOP, Honourable Refilwe Mtsweni-Tsipane, it is an honour for me to participate in this very important SONA debate. Greetings to the President, His Excellency Cyril Matamela Ramaphosa, Deputy President, Honourable Mashatile, and all members of both the National Assembly and the NCOP. I speak on behalf of the approximately 4 million children who are raised by their grandparents in South Africa. Most of them qualify for child support grants, of which Mpumalanga has 1,210,000. These children receive free basic health care. They are enrolled in 1,487 no-fee schools. 1 million learners in Mpumalanga benefit from the National School Nutrition Program. 73,723 learners are ferried to 353 schools daily through the Scholar Transport Program. It doesn't end there, Madam Speaker. This government then pays the tertiary education through NSFAS. We thank you, Honourable President, and your government for coming up with all these initiatives that aim to better the lives of our children in South Africa. You promise, Comrade President, to enact the Bella Act, Expropriation Act, and NHI, and you have done it. We have no doubt that the basic income grant will be implemented. Madam Speaker, we concur with His Excellency President Ramaphosa's most urgent task to grow our economy so that we can create jobs, reduce poverty, and improve the lives of all South Africans. In Mpumalanga, we have since funded 238 youth-owned enterprises at the tune of 258 million through the Premier's Youth Development Fund, an initiative aimed at empowering the youth, women, and disabled people. The province planned to launch the Mpumalanga International Fresh Produce Market by April 2025. We are engaging with international partners, including Oman and China, to build trading relations and explore markets for agricultural products. On operationalization, 156 jobs will be created on the market floor. A total of 150,000 subsistence farmers and small-scale farmers will have access to trade their products. We are also expecting to create an additional 105,000 jobs at the farm level. A total of 1,600 SMEs, 4 per ward, will be supported to start their own businesses that will trade their products with the market. We aim to increase the tourism industry's contribution to our GDP from 5.8% to 8%. The province plans to increase public and private infrastructure investment through key tourism infrastructure programs like the development of cable car in Maripskop Mountain, Here's a View Waves, the Barberton Makonja World Heritage Site, and many others. The introduction of this new product in the market will increase our market value from 21.6% to over 25% and become the lead province on international arrivals. 23.2% of Mpumalanga's GDP comes from mining, in the main coal mining. Mpumalanga depends heavily on coal as a source of economic value, employment, and energy. Coal is critical in our strategy to drive both economic growth and development in our province. And to achieve our economic growth target of 3%, as announced by the President in his SONA, we support just energy transitions, and there are several projects that are implemented in the province, like the Siriti investment on Mbila Emoyeni wind farm, energy which will create 600 new permanent jobs. But we also support a research on carbon capture, which is being explored in its viability towards mitigating carbon emissions in the region. We invite mining companies that stand to benefit from this research to assist in funding this initiative in the spirit of DDM in Mpumalanga. Kubunyal Tulu, Madam Speaker. Infrastructure development is linked to human development and job creation. We have a date with the President to come and open the state-of-the-art Middelburg Hospital. We are constructing Maplaneng Hospital, Rob Ferreira Radiation Oncology Center, which will enable the province to completely treat cancer patients than relying on Gauteng. The province is making strides towards the successful implementation of the NHI. 287 out of 292 clinics have achieved ideal clinic status, meeting national healthcare standard. 160 clinics meet all required health regulation and are fully certified by the Office of Health Standard and Compliance. Madam Speaker and Chairperson, we are the third best province in the country whose learners have entered grade 10 and completed grade 12 in record time. We have now completed the building of 7 boarding schools which enroll 6,438 learners from farm schools in our 3 district municipalities. We have finalized the planning of the school for the deaf, and the building will commence in the next financial year. Our goal is to have at least 75% of our road network attaining minimum classification of good by 2031. Former President Thabo Mbeki once said, "Gloom and despondency have never defeated adversity. Trying times need courage and resilience. Our strength as a people is not tested during the best of times. We support you, Mr. President, and appreciate your commitment to our nation. We have confidence in your leadership, President CR, particularly when you stated that South Africa is committed to ending poverty, malnutrition, and hunger in line with our National Development Plan. Under your guidance, we believe that our generation can be the one to eradicate poverty. President, you are a trusted and a reliable ally that one can go into war with. As a former member of this House, Dr. Ndlozi finally agrees with the view that ANC deploys competent leaders with integrity, like you, my President. It is good that a scholar can confirm that we have the best interests of the people of South Africa. Ngiyabonga.
Honourable Maimane. Honourable members, order please. Honourable members, order. Honourable Maimane, just a minute. Honourable members, please take your seats.
You are singing for supper.
Honourable members. Please proceed, Honourable Maimane.
Madam Deputy Speaker, President and Deputy President, honourable members of this House, Bagaetsu Dumelang. Mr. President, I think today marks 35 years since the release of President Nelson Mandela, an emblem that reminds all of us of hope, courage, and justice. It is these features that we must remind ourselves of in times such as this one as we confront massive geopolitical threats. Mr. President, your injunction for us not to be bullied is an important one. I want to urge, Mr. President, there are times such as this one we must remind ourselves to remain united as a nation. When others at this moment, when another murder takes place both in the farm and in the streets, we must remain united. When others say to all of us that the demand for justice, as espoused in our Constitution, is put on the table, we must remain united. When ultimately, Mr. President, there are those who seek narrow interests and find voices from elsewhere, we must remain united. And ultimately, Mr. President, when the hopes of one become the fears of another race, Mr. President, let us build one South Africa, for we must remain united. Ultimately, Mr. President, I listened with great caution to your speech. It was filled with much promise, But, Mr. President, I think we need to use Thursday as an opportunity to move from state of the nation to state of performance. There's a biblical injunction that says this: that a house built on sand cannot stand. Our foundations are in trouble, Mr. President. In all reality, when you look at the MTSF that was tabled, 25% indicates the achievements of the last MTSF. Here, Mr. President, we can't pass at 30%. We need a better performance on the next MTSF. Mr. President, our economy has been growing at 1%, and social spending now consumes 60%. I want to urge that our debt is at 5.2 trillion rand, 74% of GDP. If we are going to show that we are serious, our foundations in building must remain strong. Mr. President, you highlight education as a success. I don't disagree with you on the path of the class of 2024. But I also want to remind you, Mr. President, that were we to pass our young people at 50%, 29% of matriculants were passed matric mathematics at 50%, only 30% passed physical science at 50% or more. This is an indicator of the fact that we are going to run short of the skills of the future. So, Mr. President, here's where I want to offer serious partnership. On the first instance, if you really want to see growth, let's cut waste. Let's ensure that we have the cabinet. And if we want 4,000 more police detectives, I say reduce the cabinet and fund the police. On the second instance, let's improve our transport infrastructure. On the third, if we are serious about fighting corruption, Mr. President, the SIU and the NPA are performing at 48% capacity. Let us bring this up to 100% and remove the corrupt elements from either cabinet and also at local government. Lastly, Mr. President, where there are institutions that are not performing, let us merge them so that we create SOEs that can deliver for all South Africans. If this is the year of anything, it must be a year of action. And Mr. President, I implore you, if we are going to be serious, let us build and let us build one South Africa together. I thank you very much.
Honourable members, the next speaker on the list is the Honourable Zungula, but I do not see him. Honourable Zungula.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Mandikubulise Mongameli, ndibulise Progressive Caucus, ndinibulise nonke malunga leParlamente. It is clear that unemployment, poverty are deliberately engineered to ensure majority of the people live from hand to mouth. Because when the majority of the citizens live from hand to mouth, their immediate occupation is getting their next meal and not fight for the commanding heights of the economy to be owned by the people. The Labour Department enforcing labour laws on all companies, whether it is in the hospitality, construction, farming industries, would significantly reduce unemployment. The PIC must fund manufacturing-driven initiatives. There can never be economic growth and job creation in a consumerism-driven economy. There are factories all around the country, Mr. President. They are lying idle. There are people who are eager to work, and there's a market for the goods. Why are we importing goods that we can produce in South Africa? Mr. President, our communities cannot be defined by alcohol and drug abuse. We have young kids drinking their future away because they've got nothing to do. There must be a heavy investment in sports and arts infrastructure in the townships and villages. We cannot accept that a black child is more likely to be exposed to drugs and alcohol than schools and sports facilities in the townships. The alcohol culture is stealing our future, and the government must act. Enyobeni and countless incidents of alcohol underage drinking are great examples of this. The government must take unpopular decisions and save the future of this country rather than being popular in a country with no future. There must be harsh penalties on anything that kills our children, who are the future of the country. It is an embarrassment that our kids died of food poisoning, yet foreign spaza shop owners were just requested to register. Mr. President, the spazas selling expired and fake foods will not, the spazas selling fake and expired foods will not be solved by registration. The solution lies in strict enforcement of immigration laws and mass employment of environmental health practitioners. Lastly, all progressives, we need to unite. We are unable to change the material conditions of the people because of our inability to unite. We may have ambitions for ourselves and our parties, but now is the time to center our politics on the interests of the black child. The Boers and the British united in 1902 to oppress the natives and created laws that up until this day benefit them. No matter how much they hated each other and how many people died in the Anglo-Boer War, they found it in them to unite so they can create a better life for their people. In these 30 years of democracy, it is evident we cannot undo the over 400 years of colonization and oppression without us uniting. Let us unite to expropriate the land our ancestors were forcefully removed from. The majority must own the mineral wealth, and we must transform the economy to ensure the majority, the African majority, enjoy a good quality of life. Generations after us must remember us as a generation that put the interests of the black child ahead of our own. Masimanyane mzi onsundu, siguqule impilo zabantu, singaphathwa ngondlebe zikhanya ilanga. Eli lizwe lolokhokho bethu, lelabantu abamnyama. Thank you.
The Honourable the Deputy Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure.
Presiding officers, President and Deputy President, honorable members of this House. Nearly 5 years ago, on the 15th of October 2020, Mr. President, you stood in front of this House and presented to Parliament the Economic Reconstruction and Recovery Plan as a response to sluggish economic growth impacted by deadly COVID-19. At that time, you characterized, Mr. President, infrastructure development as a flywheel on which our country should rebuild its economy due to its multiplier effect. Subsequently, Infrastructure South Africa was established under Minister Delil and Dr. Ramaphosa. Since then, ISA has been championing infrastructure delivery as a single point of entry for infrastructure planning, management, and delivery. This was followed by the establishment of Infrastructure Fund as an added instrument to provide blended finance. Under the 6th administration, 268 individual projects were gazetted. 82 of these projects are already under construction with an approximate value of 437 billion. The latest 12 projects that are ready for implementation that the President referred to in the SONA were packaged and included in the construction book that we launched in March 2024 under the 6th administration. Factually, this demystified the myth that things are happening only now because there are new parties in government. Never mind that these parties boarded a train already rolling and delivering tangible results. Like Honorable Steenhuisen, They all speak as if everything is new. They are not in the habit of giving credit where it is due. It is not in their nature to acknowledge work done by others, simply because they are obsessed to claim easy victories out of desperation to woo South African votes.
Speaker.
Honourable member at the podium, please take your seat. Honourable member, Honourable Adams.
Yes, Speaker, thank you. I was just inquiring if the Deputy Minister is referring to the apples that went to Thailand. Thank you.
Honourable member, that is not a point of order and it is not allowed. Honourable members, please also do not make spurious points. It will be ruled out of order. Honourable Deputy Minister, please proceed.
They do not give accolades where it is due, not because of anything but hypocrisy and disrespect of the process of knowledge development. They do not value knowledge development. They have no appreciation that plagiarism is frowned upon among knowledge community and scholars. Anyway.
Order, honourable members. Honourable members on both sides of the House. Honourable members. Honourable Deputy Minister, please take your seat. Honourable members on both sides. We will sit until you now decide that the Honourable Deputy Minister has an audience that he can speak to and that he is not drowned out. You have been warned a number of times. So please settle down and keep any of your comments at a pace and at a tempo and at a volume that does not disrupt the speaker on both sides. Honourable Deputy Minister, please proceed.
They do not.
Honourable members, please act orderly. Please allow the Deputy Minister to speak. We have allowed all the speakers to speak without interruption. Deputy Minister, please proceed.
Anyway, plagiarism and data integrity are not taught at a basic education level, yet
Honourable members, honourable members,
yet they are...
Honourable Deputy Minister, please take your seat. Honourable members, and I'm speaking specifically to the members of the EFF and the members of the ANC. Your behaviour is unacceptable. And honourable members, I can, however, also ask you to leave should it be necessary, but it is not at this point. I do trust. Honourable members, can we please proceed with the necessary decorum of this House? Because at this point, there is no decorum on your side. Honourable Deputy Minister, please proceed.
Honourable Speaker.
Order, Speaker.
Honourable Deputy Minister, please take your seat. Yes, Honourable Member, please state the point and the rule on which you are rising.
Speaker, you can't single out the EFF because the whole House is clapping except the TA. So you can't say it's the EFF that is being disruptive. Everyone is welcoming the comments of the Minister.
Member,
it's only the TA that is not clapping.
Honourable Member, please take your seat. You were making such a noise that you did not hear what I say. I said the members of the EFF and members of the ANC. but you didn't hear it because you are too loud. Deputy Minister, please proceed.
Our country and the world have been bombarded with a propaganda and deliberate misinformation about Expropriation Act recently assented to by the President. The Act empowers the Minister of Public Works and Infrastructure to expropriate land and assets only in the public interest. We have in our country the Office of Valuer General, but on the implementation of the Act, one, we need to ensure that the expropriation, the one who owns the property is engaged, there are negotiations. Secondly, there is a valuer who assesses the property. All of these four guarantees ensure the security of tenure and property rights in South Africa. The misinformation about land grab and all other falsehoods are rather unfortunate. Worse, when a minister publicly says the act will not be implemented when he is still in the office. Many ministers take an oath of office, committing that they will obey and uphold all the Constitution and all other laws of the Republic, that they will uphold their offices conscientiously. Therefore, such a response is not only unfortunate, but bears the need for self-development. I must say, there are many ministers who would have not been comfortable with other acts, but upon taking the office, they implement them. Well, we are seeing what was perfectly described by the late Tumsan Makaye some time ago. Shombela said, when racism is combined with ignorance, they produce arrogance. Expropriation is not only implemented in South Africa, it is implemented throughout the world. In the United States, they call it eminent domain. In Singapore and India, they call it land acquisition. In New Zealand, Ireland, and UK, they call it compulsory purchase. In Russia, Canada, and Brazil, they call it expropriation. The main issue here is that the ANC cares more than anyone in this House. We want to achieve land reform while ensuring investor confidence to grow the economy and create jobs. Honorable Chair, least said about the debate of Honorable Dr. Hlophe, the better. We were left confused whether it was a debate on SONA or praise singing. But he perfectly demonstrated that their organization is nothing but only hell-bent on personality cult, and it's an entity solely owned by one person whom they pray on daily basis as their semi-god. As a developmental state, our approach on infrastructure development covers all areas. As we talk today, we have delivered 40 Welisizwe bridges in 6 provinces. Before the end of the month of March, we will hand over 6 completed bridges in Northwest alone. This government is a government of all people of South Africa. Let us unite to address all social ills. Former President Mbeki, addressing the South African National Editors Forum, said, as I quote, "Report Africa to Africans and report Africa as South Africans." Let us report South Africa to ourselves and the world, but report South Africa as South African. I thank you.
Honourable the Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. His Excellency President Ramaphosa, Deputy President Paul Mashatile, presiding officers, honorable members. This year we celebrate 70 years since black people were forcefully removed from their homes in Sophia town to be resettled in Meadowlands, Soweto, where I was born. It also marks 30 years since the inaction of the Constitutional Court, whose current building at Constitutional Hill was partly constructed using bricks from the demolished awaiting trial wing of the former number 4 prison. Honorable members, this is a stark reminder, especially of those who now have selective amnesia, that the South Africa we live in today, its challenges were born out of apartheid regime's forceful displacement, deliberate impoverishment and oppression of black people in particular. Honorable members, it is important for us to acknowledge that having to deal with the future, we've got to acknowledge the past. Since the dawn of democracy, South Africans have been striving to live together in harmony despite our deeply past, painful past and wide economic disparities. What brings us together is a genuine belief that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity, and that only sustainable, centripetal force for our unity is creation of the condition for the wealth of this country to be shared amongst all its people. We should not allow forces of destruction, internally or externally, to instigate racial divisions and distract us from building a united, democratic and prosperous country. That's why we will urge the AfriForum, like they did previously, to taking selfies when they went to US, to get the first flight out and sort out the mess that they've created. Honorable members, left unattended, corruption deprives South Africa of resources which are meant for their development and well-being. It is therefore our patriotic duty to increase the efforts in ridding the country of all corrupt practices so that we can create a truly ethical and capable developmental state. It requires us to fight corruption by working together, ensuring that we eliminate corrupt practices that necessitates and that kills our institutions and their capacity. We have seen in the state capture, in the era of state capture, where institutions that were meant to fight corruption, individuals who were meant to fight corruption, turning into becoming enablers of corruption. To strengthen this institution and avoid the recurrence of state capture, the department will lead efforts on the review of the anti-corruption architecture. This review will be meant to eradicate duplication of mandates, will ensure that resource allocation are optimized, but will ensure that also we build, as we committed, a world-class digital forensic lab so that when NPA send cases to court are not withdrawn, but they are prosecuted and successfully so. Honorable Maimani, to close the gap in terms of capacity within NPA, I can confirm that January this year, we have developed and approved guidelines for Section 38 appointments for prosecutors. Through these guidelines, the appointments will be effective, efficient, and more importantly, will avoid subjectivity, and the turnaround time of these appointments will be quicker so that we can have men and foot on the ground to be able to conclude the cases. As part of building and rebuilding efforts of our institutions, all employees within the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development and all the institutions that fall under it will be subjected and will undergo lifestyle audits as per the directive of the President. The first phase will include all categorized as SMS in the department, state attorneys' offices, prosecutors, investigators, the officials in the sheriff's offices, and the master's office. We will then go further to subject all employees who will deal with appointments of liquidators and administer the guidance fund to full vetting irrespective of their position. Like those in supply chain, we are doing. This is to ensure, honorable members, that those who lead the fight against corruption and malfeasance in our society are not themselves implicated in wrongdoing that compromises and weakens institutions in which they discharge their responsibilities. Our fight against corruption has already started to yield results. Through its effective investigation, speedy litigation, and recovery processes, the SIU saved the South African government almost 8 billion in 2023 and 24. The amounts that have been recovered again in terms of prevention that they've been able to do is 2.28 billion in actual cash. Prevention actually in terms of state losses, where they've been able to stop contracts that were illegally done and not properly done, it's to the value of 2.13 billion. So this is setting aside contracts that are not properly awarded. Honorable members, we will further ensure that SIU is capacitated, and I have written to all ministers, premiers and mayors who owe SIU money to be able to pay this money that is outstanding so that SIU can have the resources to be able to conclude their investigation within time. Ladies and gentlemen, there's been an outcry in the country about the framework for protection of whistleblowers. A benchmark exercise was conducted on best practices on whistleblower protection, and we have been found wanting when we compare to the world. In response to this, the department is finalizing a whistleblower protection framework that addresses the current weakness. We will come to the House to present a whistleblower protection bill that will ensure that whistleblowers are protected as the important part of ensuring that we can fight corruption in our country. Ladies and gentlemen, the fight against gender-based violence and femicide remains critical. We have to continue our work to ensure that women and people with disability and children feel protected within our society. It is within this call that we have called for the release of the National Register of Sexual Offenders to be made public. We will do this in phased approach. There has been those who are saying that we must continue to put it secret, and we believe that this is important for us to release to the public. This is to protect children who are in schools, to protect children who are in ECD, to ensure that those, as per the Children's Act, that are exposed to children and are not found wanting. We will do this responsibly and ensure that we do not violate the laws. We will amend the clause that is talking to confidentiality in this regard. We are increasing our work around Tutuzela care centers to be able to empower women, but also those who work to be able to ensure that we can be able to see successful conviction. We are currently sitting at 72.5% with NPA being able to get successful convictions. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, I want to raise the following: that if we do not work together to ensure that we build a better country, we will not have the future to talk about. It is the responsibility of all of us to be able to stand and do what is best in fighting GBVF, in fighting corruption in our country. Let me conclude by quoting the Emperor Selassie of Ethiopia.
Honourable Minister, your time has expired.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I now call on the Honourable Minister of Basic Education.
Chairperson, millions of children in South Africa, for millions of children in South Africa, education is the bridge between poverty and opportunity. It is the ticket out of their current circumstances into a better future. And that is why the chronic underfunding in this sector has had devastating effects, not just to the education sector, but to the future of South Africa's greatest assets, its young people. Prolonged underfunding due to poor policy decision-making over the years has undermined the delivery of frontline services. Currently, we are unable to meet the demand for the teachers that we need. Classes are overcrowded. Kwilali nakwindawo ezisemaphandleni kusekho izikolo ezingekho semgangathweni ezibangela ubungozi ebantwaneni bokufunda. And in many cities, parents are struggling to find places for their children in schools. And all of these realities, members, make it difficult for quality learning and teaching to take place. And it is for this reason that we need to move with urgency to turn the situation around. Our reforms must be clear, they must be swift, and indeed, Minister of Finance, they must be funded. In just 7 months, the Department of Basic Education has worked tirelessly to address long-standing challenges that our schooling system is facing. We've started to reorientate the system towards improving quality early learning. Research has shown that investment in early child learning will yield powerful dividends later in life and indeed for our economic prospects. This is key to ensuring that our children have strong learning foundations that will unlock opportunities for them to excel in school and to participate in our economy. And so to achieve this, we are focusing on the following: expanding ECD access for children, ensuring that the Funza Lushaka bursary scheme prioritizes students pursuing foundation phase teaching, reviewing the post-provisioning norms to reduce large class sizes and improve learning outcomes in the foundation phase, updating the national catalogue of learning and teaching material to improve curriculum delivery, and protecting teaching and learning time. Chair, the quality of teaching and learning cannot take place in a learning environment that lack dignity and are unsafe. And that is why we remain resolute in eradicating all pit toilets that were identified in 2018 by March 2025. And while this is proving to be incredibly challenging, it is a moral imperative that we dare not give up on. Ngapha koko kukhona izikolo eziyi-1,000 ebezingena toilets ezifumene ukubonelelwa zakhelwa. To improve accountability at a provincial level for the rollout of school infrastructure, we will review the regulations that speak to the norms and standards of public school infrastructure. Governments must be held accountable by their citizens and the recipients of their services. And South Africans must know that in us, they have a responsible and a responsive government. To improve safety of school infrastructure, with the help of a corporate partner, Vodacom, we've launched the Safe Schools application, a digital platform that empowers communities to report issues of unsafe toilets and monitor school infrastructure in real time. And to combat crime in schools, we are fast-tracking the vetting of educators against the National Register for Sex Offenders. And that's why we welcome making this public, Minister of Constitutional Development. Chairperson, the Bella Act implementation continues. As indicated by the President in the SONA, we are busy finalizing regulations that will go out for public comment and input. Ultimately, these guidelines and regulations must be implemented in a manner that protects the learner, that protects the teacher, and that protects our schools. I will not tolerate the politicization of this act in a way that affects our children and distracts them from teaching and learning. As part of efforts to improve quality outcomes in the education sector, we are convening the National Education and Training Council. This advisory body members will be composed of experts from across the education sector that will provide guidance for us on how we strengthen the funding model for public schools, how do we improve literacy and numeracy across phases, how do we integrate early child learning into the schooling system, and how do we review the pass rate requirements across all phases, including at a matric level. Mr. President, the DA has taken its role in the Government of National Unity very seriously. We remain committed ensuring that learners have access to quality teachers, safe school environments, and that they have the necessary resources they need to succeed. If this GNU moves with the required urgency and conviction, it will mean greater stability, economic growth, and opportunity for all South Africans. While some opposition parties in this House would rather see the country collapse under the weight of populism and economic ruin, we stand firm ukusebenzela abantu beli Kaloku mongameli sithunyiwe eburhulumenteni ngabantu ebebephelelwe lithemba. Asinoze ke sizobadanisa ngoku.
Honourable Minister, your
The future
time
of
has
South
expired.
Africa, the future
Thank
of
you.
South Africa depends on the education we provide today.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I now call the Deputy Minister of Social Development. I don't see the... Okay, I see the Deputy Minister coming. Thank you.
Honorable House Chair, I remember that when His Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa gave us a national address in the City Hall, I gave him 10 out of 10. And I also said that behind every president, there's a First Lady. In this SONA address, Your Excellency Cyril Ramaphosa, you did much better. I also want to refer to the class of 24, and we all stood up and gave the class of 24 a standing ovation. President, the reason I say you are doing better is because the class of 2025 will be even better. You know, President, that social beneficiaries will have the biggest slice of the budget to eradicate food poverty in the midterm development plan and also highlighted in your SONA address. A whopping 200 billion rand plus. President, we must be ready to cheer the class of 2025. There will be 800,000 learners writing the grade 12 examination. 600,000 are social grant beneficiaries. 81% of the class of 2025 will make up those who are successful. 300,000 of social grant beneficiaries will automatically qualify for NSFAS bursaries, nearly 50%. This indicates that the investment government is making in the lives of the poor and vulnerable children is yielding positive impacts in breaking intergenerational poverty. In the midterm development plan, provision is made for best practice in terms of the Bella Act to give grade R learners world-class foundational education. The plan also provides for government to look after children for the first 1,000 days of their lives. We also address the needs of unborn babies in teenagers. So we turned around the stunting catastrophe we have in South Africa. It cannot be that 20% of children are doomed to be stunted. We celebrated New Year's Day and 27% of those children were stunted. House Chair, please don't rule me out of order, but 27% of honourable members in this House are also stunted according to the statistics. We cannot have a situation where 20% of the population of South Africa are stunted. Addressing the challenges of poverty and inequality is implementing a robust and focused pro-poor policy. One of the SONA promises is to reduce the high cost of living. Government social welfare beneficiaries buy 200 billion of groceries from Shoprite, Pick n Pay, Woolworths and Spar. They need to put back some of their profits into social development. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker to the podium will be the Honourable Adams.
Chairperson, Honorable President, Honorable Deputy President, Madam Speaker, colleagues, the Progressive Caucus. Mr. President, there are two things I took from your speech. The one was that all of South Africa should mourn the loss of our boys in the DRC. It is a sad moment for this country. But it was countered, Mr. President, by the fact that we can send our boys to go and guard the minerals in another country, but we can't deal with the Zama-Zamas at home. The second thing, Mr. President, and I want to laud you for this, was congratulations for telling Donald Trump to sit down, because this is South Africa. This is not a colony of the USA. Well done, Mr. President. I want to commend you, Mr. President, for your stance on the Palestinian issue in defiance of those people who you call your GNU partners. But I want to ask you a question, Mr. President. In September of 2024, was David Barnea the head of Israeli Mossad in this country? And did you meet with him? The country needs to know. I want to say to you, Mr. President, I want to address our Honorable Minister of Agriculture, who comes up here and he speaks all type of dribble. He should go home and listen to his recording. Because he speaks of 9 wasted years. Let me give you a man of color's perspective. Under Jacob Zuma, if you had HIV, it was 9 sweet years because he saved lives. Under Jacob Zuma, if you were a construction worker like I, there was lots of work and lots of growth. It was a good time to be a construction worker. Under Jacob Zuma, a bread cost my mother 10 rand. Today it costs 21. I note, Honorable Minister of Agriculture, that you took the credit for sending apples to Thailand. Tell us the truth. Whose work was it really? Because I just heard the Honorable Deputy Minister of Public Works come on the stage and say things about the GNU that makes me want to welcome the EFF in the crossover to become government. I think it's necessary. I think it is time. I want to say to you, Mr. President, you can correct your mistake. There is time, because I heard a man stand here wanting to engage the Minister of Police about cattle theft. But my boys are dying 10 at a time on the Cape Flats per day. He does not speak to SAPS about that. A white man's sheep is more important than colored lives to Honorable John Steenhuisen. He has the temerity to come and stand here and talk to us about education. But his government cut our schools by 2,400 teachers and took care to protect white public schools from the losses. Mr. President, you need to encourage the minister that it is okay to be stupid. It is okay to be a hypocrite. It is okay to be a racist, but to be a combination of the three, that is not okay. Not even here. I want to say, Mr. President, there are like-minded people sitting on the left. Lean to the left. The answers are on the left. Mr. President, these people will never see eye to eye with us because they are not like us. There are many white people willing to make contributions. Good white people, skilled white people, like Cameron Dugmore. Why the DA insists on giving us that, we will never know. But understand, Mr. President, they cannot feel our pain because they are not like us. They cannot speak to our hunger because they are not like us. We want our land back. Helen Zille is fighting land expropriation. She's fighting land expropriation on the grounds that it is a crime against humanity. We were evicted. We were evicted, President. Are we not human?
Thank you,
Are they
Honourable
admitting
Member.
that they don't see us as human? Thank you.
Thank you. The next Honourable Member is Honourable Peter. Honourable Peter.
Manbulise, ndicela ukhuselwa chairperson. Ndicela ukhuselwa chairperson.
Order, honourable members. Allow the member on the platform to speak. Thank you.
Disrupted by the time.
Mandibulise sihlalo wendlu ndibulise kumongameli njengo number 1 kweli lizwe. Ndibulise kubantu boMzantsi Afrika, ndicela indlebe bandimamele ukuba ndizawuthini ndiyi-UDM. Mongameli ohloniphekileyo weli lizwe, sime kulo mzi namhlanje sisizwe esithokombise intloko. Sijonge ezantsi mongameli. Izikhalo zabemi beli lizwe zisitsho mbombozone mongameli. Abemi bejonge enkalweni igazi labantakwethu liphala lamhla nezolo. Asiluvanga ukhuseleko lwabo kwintetha yakho mongameli. Noxa nje izolo ubume phambi kwabemi beli lizwe, uthatha isifungo uvuma ngomlomo wakho usithi, mna mongameli weli lizwe ndiyakubakhusela abemi beli lizwe. Ndiyakuba sisicaka sabo ndibakhonze. Incwadi yezikumkani zesibini isahluko sesibini umqolo ngowe-19 ufundeka ngolu hlobo mongameli. Mhle lo mzi kodwa amanzi awo amuncu, nomhlaba lo awunikisi nto. Ubuhle bethu apha mongameli asilolutho eluntwini olusivoteleyo ngoba bayafa namhlanje, akho nto ithethayo ngaloo nto. Si-UDM ke mongameli sihlinika nabantu bezwe, sikubongoza mongameli, sisithi njengoko kunje kuyini na ukuba kube nje. Sesantoni na isijwili esiphezu kwentloko zethu, ngobani na aba ubakhuseleyo xa ingengabo abemi beli lizwe. Sihlaba ikhwelo ke mongameli, nqanda bayaphela abantu kodwa amehlo ejongile. Si-UDM siyalichasa uphulo kwanophucula oomasipala nenkqubo entsha abazawusebenza ngayo. Kwaneziseko ke mongameli, sinethemba lawuzisa inguqu. Siyaphinda si-UDM siyayichasa mongameli ngokupheleleyo urhulumente xa ezibandakanya kwi-NHI. Kodwa mongameli sifuna uyazi ukuba le NHI izawuqhutywa njani ngoba izibhedlele zethu zime maxongo neekliniki zethu azinamayeza mongameli. Yiloo ngxaki sisithi siyayichasa wena i-NHI kodwa sinesijwili. Mongameli sicela kwananjalo urhulumente ukuba akhawulezise nokwandlala imicelimngeni ejongene nezibhedlele zethu. Okwesibini President, sihlalo wendlu eli lizwe lisebugqwayibeni. I-UDM ixhalabile ngakumbi ngemeko karhulumente ukuba kaziba uzawukwazi na ukuzifezekisa izithembiso ngezigidigidi aye wazikhankanya kwintetha yesizwe edlulileyo kuba ezoqoqosho zingentle. Umzekelo mongameli, ukhankanye i-100 billion. Usithi mongameli le 100 billion iyawunceda abemi beli lizwe. Sinomdla ke mongameli ukuba le 100 billion ikwazi ukungena kwezoqoqosho ukuze nalamafama amnyama angajongele ntweni kwangurhulumente wakho akwazi ukuxhamla. Nabantu basezilalini abakwazi ukulima, imihlaba ilele, iinkosi azinamandla, azikwazi ukwenza nto mongameli. Si-order nemilimili le saphoba silima apha eSouth Africa. Siyathemba ke mongameli xa sizixhasa ezi zindululo, asisixhasi kuba siyi-GNU, sizixhasa kuba sifuna uMzantsi Afrika uprospe ubheke phambili. Asikhwango apha mongameli sizokugxeka umongameli ngaphezulu ke into yokuba ilizwe lethu liyatshabalala, iziseko zethu ziyatshabalala. Phakama ke mongameli usimele. Nkosi.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next member to the podium is the Honourable Minister of Land Reform and Rural Development.
House Chairperson, President and Deputy President, the PAC of Azania welcomes the State of the Nation address. President, you made an undertaking that the government will invest in digital public infrastructure to give South Africans access to government services. You further stated that this will transform the relationship between citizens and government. To this effect, the Department of Land Reform has embarked on the digital transformation of the DIG registry process that will improve security of tenure, increase access to registry services, and improve service efficiencies. The phase of electronic lodgement of deeds through the electronic deeds registry system will go online from 1st April 2025. Once all phases of EDRS are fully completed, we envisage to link the system with other stakeholder systems such as SARS, financial sector, municipalities, Department of Justice, and Master's Office. On spatial planning, in addressing spatial planning, the Department of Land Reform and Rural Development has been working with traditional leaders and communities and have achieved notable milestone in finalizing area plans for the following areas: City of Tshwane Metropolitan Municipality in Gauteng, Ngutu Local Municipality in KwaZulu-Natal, Joe Morolong Local Municipality in Northern Cape, and Malutiwa Pofong Local Municipality in Free State. This will ensure transparency, accountability, and alignment with the priorities of National Spatial Development Framework and assist in driving coordinated action towards spatial justice. On rural infrastructure, Mr. President, rural development has not received the due attention in the past. Rural infrastructure development remains a significant contributor to social inclusion through connecting remote areas to the rest of the country. In partnership with the Ntabangulu Municipality, the Development Bank of Southern Africa, the department is assisting in constructing the Digi Bridge and access road. The bridge will facilitate mobility and access over the Mzindlava River crossing between Ntabangulu and Inguza Hill Local Municipality. The bridge will enable connectivity to access essential services for communities of both OR Tambo and Alfred Nzo municipalities, such as school, healthcare, and essential services. Mr. President, the school children, women, and the elderly have been using drums to cross the river. The construction is expected to be completed by end of November 2025. On rural youth development, in the 2023-2024, a total of 2,842 youth from rural areas were trained through the NARISEC program in our quest to address youth development skills. In the 2025-2026, 570 youth from high poverty and social vulnerable deep rural wards were identified based on information from Stats SA. The youth are currently completing their vocational artisan training in various colleges and with facilitated into committed exit opportunities, namely jobs and running their own businesses. This program is implemented in partnership with several other departments to be cost effective. On land restitution, this financial year, in our commitment to addressing land restitution, we have settled a total of 79 claims. The settlement of these claims have resulted in the award of 1,562 hectares of land and at a cost of 23,906,000.
Honourable Minister, your time has expired. Thank you. The next member to the podium will be the Honourable Mogai.
Honourable Speaker, Honourable Chairperson of the NCOP, Mr. President, members of the House and fellow South Africans. Mr. President, let me start my debate with a famous quote by Benjamin Franklin about crime prevention, and I quote, "An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure," close quote. In this code, he emphasizes that preventing crime is easier than dealing with the consequences of criminality. It is important that we strive to prevent criminal activities before they even occur. Crime prevention is a shared responsibility which includes community building, activities that strengthen the sense of community, such as support groups and community safety programs, police forums, and neighborhood watches. Early intervention is also important, intervening early in a person's life to prevent them from becoming involved in crime. And lastly, public education, raising awareness about crime and the attitudes toward it. Visible policing, which plays a huge role in ensuring communities feel and are safe through various operations such as stop, search and seizure, patrols, and detecting and deterring criminal activities. This is severely compromised if there are no sufficient and operational vehicles. It becomes difficult to enforce visible policing when your fleet is crippled as a result of a flawed centralized procurement system. The DA is especially concerned about stations located in rural remote areas such as the Northern Cape, Eastern Cape, and Mpumalanga, amongst others. Vehicles are either standing on bricks at stations or have been in the SAPS garage for more than 30 days awaiting parts, maintenance, or repairs that can only be done once the service provider in Pretoria sends down the necessary parts. Stations such as Roodepan in the Northern Cape, the province that I proudly represent in the NCOP, are currently only utilizing 9 SAPS vehicles, while 20 are awaiting repairs and maintenance. The Kimberley station is no different, with 23 vehicles awaiting services and repairs. The Cape Town Flying Squad here in the Western Cape has also close to half of its fleet in the SAPS garage. At the Postmasburg SAPS station, there are only 4 out of 8 vehicles currently mobile. Staff at the station have also expressed their frustration at the lengthy turnaround time of supply chain management processes that continue to negatively hamper their fight against crime. Compounded by lengthy administrative processes and the completion of multiple forms just to procure a single part for a vehicle part, residents will continue to bear the brunt of delayed response times to crime and emergencies by the SAPS in the province. While we welcome the recent handover of new police vehicles to police stations across the province, the new vehicles should bolster the shortage of operational police vehicles to enhance policing in the province and at each station. Mr. President, the situation is untenable. The centralization of procurement to Pretoria must be urgently addressed to allow provinces, and particularly police stations, to procure parts and repair their vehicles in the shortest of time and to their earliest convenience. The lengthy administrative processes to procure just a single part for the SAPS vehicle is more threatening to the safety of residents than it is following due protocol. And to this end, I've already written to the Minister of Police to review this inefficient process that hampers and frustrates our women and men in blue to carry out their responsibilities. Securing parts for vehicles needs to be a swift and a seamless process to ensure all vehicles are up and running within 30 days, whereby they are returned to the SAPS stations so that policing can commence unhindered and without delays. We know that our SAPS officers across the country, they are under-resourced, they are overstretched, and they lack the necessary resources to carry out their responsibilities. Let us adequately resource our officers. As I conclude, Chair, meneer President, dit is presies hoekom die DA aanhou aandring om die devolusie van polisiebevoegdhede na bevoegde provinsies. Die Weskaap het bewys dat wanneer provinsies self verantwoordelikheid neem vir misdaadbekaping, daar werklike resultate is. Die Law Enforcement Advancement Program het meer polisieering op die grond geplaas. Dwelmanhoudings verdubbel en teruggedruk teen die bedeelde geweld van wat nasionale strategie vastgevang het en lang prosesse gevat om die misdaad in Suid-Afrika te veg. As ons ernstig is oor misdaadbekamping, kan ons nie vasklou aan mislukte eenvormige nasionale model nie. Provinsies moet die mag hê om hulle eie mense te beskerm. En ons in die DA sal nie ophou veg voordat 'n werklikheid word nie. Re dira boikuelo go wena mo president. Le tona ya sepodisi go tokafatsa seemo le serodumo sa tirelo ya sepodisi mo Afrika Borwa. A re gagamatseng ka thata gore baagi botlhe ba naga ya rona ba ne ba babalesegile ka dinako tsotlhe. Pabalesego ya baagi ba rona e botlhokwa thata. Ke a leboga. I thank you. Baie dankie.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mogai. The next speaker was supposed to be from the UAT, but I've been informed that there was no name put forward, and there's no member from the UAT. So we'll move on to the next speaker, and that will be the Honorable Cuthbert. To the podium, please.
Thank you, House Chairperson. During the ANC's anniversary celebration last month, President Ramaphosa informed party supporters that establishing the government of national unity was a strategic decision to advance the national democratic revolution in light of last year's electoral setback. President Ramaphosa correctly pointed out that the ANC's electoral setback forced it to work with other parties. However, he mistakenly suggested that the GNU should be the vehicle to advance the NDR. It is precisely the policies and laws associated with the NDR that led voters to abandon the ANC, thereby paving the way for a multi-party government to enter the union buildings to deliver on the promise of growth and jobs. If we are being brutally honest, all partners in the GNU recognize that the policy direction taken by the government over the past 30 years did not work and that it was time for something new. Over the past 7 months, we have begun to see the benefits of working together in the interest of all South Africans. Investor confidence has risen, our currency has strengthened, and our growth outlook has improved. Most importantly, for the first time in many years, South Africans have a tangible sense of hope, a fact that we should not take for granted. We must capitalize on this opportunity to implement a comprehensive set of reforms. These reforms include pursuing an aggressive debt reduction strategy to ensure that we live within our means and restore macroeconomic stability, expediting the private sector's involvement in energy generation and transmission within 12 months to create a truly competitive energy market, finalizing port and rail concession agreements with private partners by the end of the year to enhance competitiveness and position ourselves as an export-oriented economy, reviewing existing duties and tariffs which hinder trade and make goods more expensive for South African consumers. And lastly, removing the extension of collective bargaining council wage agreements for SMMEs, which obstructs hiring and contributes towards our unemployment crisis. However, these reforms will be futile if the ANC continues to pursue its destructive NDR laws and policies, such as the National Health Insurance Act, the Expropriation Act, and the Transformation Fund. Whilst we welcome the removal of the NHI targets from the medium-term development plan, it is only the first step in ensuring that private healthcare is protected and universal healthcare coverage is realized. The NHI Act requires substantive legislative amendments to achieve universal healthcare coverage and prevent our fiscus from collapsing. The only way to realize universal healthcare coverage is by improving the governance of the public healthcare system and making it easier and more affordable for individuals to access private medical aid. Furthermore, the recent enactment of the Expropriation Act has wrought havoc both domestically and abroad. It has created significant uncertainty for both domestic and international investors, undermined property rights, and triggered a backlash from our long-standing and valued trading partner, the United States of America. This comes at a critical time when our continued participation in the America Growth and Opportunity Act and critical aid funding are under review. Understanding the grave risk this poses to the South African economy, the DA invoked Clause 19.3 of the Statement of Intent and will soon challenge the Expropriation Act in court to ensure that property rights, as enshrined in Section 25 of the Constitution, are protected. The most recent manifestation of the ANC's relentless approach to race-based legislation is the 100 billion rand Transformation Fund. Despite empirical evidence suggesting that these race-based policies have failed to uplift the vast majority of South Africans while only benefiting a politically connected elite. Instead, South Africa needs means-based redress that targets poverty as a proxy for disadvantage as opposed to race. This ensures that we address the historical injustices of the past while encouraging investment and job creation. Mr. President, the DA will not be a party to laws and policies which seek to entrench the NDR at the expense of growth and jobs. Make no mistake, we will use our position in government and in Parliament to block laws and policies that seek to destroy the South African economy and wreck our citizens' livelihoods. Mr. President, we joined the GNU to drive growth up and unemployment numbers down. However, we can only achieve this by implementing a fresh policy reform agenda at greater depth and greater speed. House Chair, I thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker to the podium is the Honourable Premier of the Northern Cape.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Speaker. Let me pass my greetings to the Chair of the NCOP, greet His Excellency, the President of South Africa, His Excellency, the Deputy President, honorable members of the National Assembly and NCOP, dames en heren, ek dra groete van die Noord-Kaapse mense. Let me commend the President, His Excellency, President Ramaphosa, for delivering a forthright and forward-looking State of the Nation address. The SONA laid out a clear vision accompanied by pragmatic responses to grow the economy, create the much-needed job opportunities, re-industrialize the country, massive investment in infrastructure, and expanding our social wage wallet to cushion the poor and the working class. There is a vision and a plan, and that is leadership, Comrade President, and not turbocharged cheap populism by motto mouth Trump equivalents in here who never disappoint. Honorable Speaker, after the 2024 elections, the ANC played a pivotal and pioneering role in the establishment of the GNU. Since, I have attended 3 meetings of the GNU, and as the province we hosted 4 ministers, 6 deputy ministers. All these activities left me with an emblematic impression that despite the enormous challenges in the operational aspects of the GNU, it will run its full term. It's not going to collapse. This is good for political stability in the country. We need to thank the participating parties in the GNU for their ability to shun politics of brinkmanship. Madam Speaker, a first-year student in geopolitics will tell you that the US is very nervous since the beginning of the 3rd decade of the 21st century, because there is a real strategic contender on the horizon for global leadership, which is China. What frustrates the North is that this contender is coming from the South, former third world country, and now a developing economy, bolstered by the BRICS outfit. This strategic contender is surging and not pulling back an inch. So we are trapped in a battle of giants. In this, we support the President in his brave assertion that we will not be bullied by a rogue superpower. I firmly believe that with our collective resolve and determination, as a people, we can handle anything thrown on us, even by this fading captain of imperialism. These ill-conceived White House executive orders are certainly going to spark and fuel racial tension in the country that still resides vivid memories of racial oppression, economic exploitation and exclusion of blacks. Black poverty and economic marginalization is a systemic function of the penetrative impact of apartheid colonialism in South Africa. A very big section of the white population in the country is disgusted and enraged by these executive orders. Honorable Speaker, just yesterday at the airport, I met a very enraged white middle-aged lady called Magdalena. Magdalena and her husband own 16 farms, and the hectareage of those farms combined is bigger than Kimberley. And she understands the need for expropriation of land. She inquired whether I was flying out to attend the SONA debate and toe as sy my baie mooi gevra om die boodskap aan al die leerders van parlement hier te bring. Dat sy sê, Trump se moer en ook hulle se moer die wat Big Daddy Trump in ons land betrokke maak. That's the message from Magdalena, who's a white middle-aged lady who owns about 16 farms in the country. Honorable Speaker, 2024 marked the last lap of the sixth administration and was a good year for the Northern Cape. In the first 3 quarters of 2024, the Northern Cape economy created 27,000 new jobs, and that put the Northern Cape on the second spot as the province with the lowest unemployment. This morning, as we are gathered here this morning, 331,000 people clocked at employment places in the Northern Cape. Highest ever figure of employment in the history of the province. Our GDP, Honorable Speaker, per region in 2024 was 152 billion rand, which marked a 35 billion rand increase from the 117 billion rand in 2019. The major contributing factors to this growth were mining, renewable energy, and government spending in infrastructure. Last year, Honorable Speaker, we recorded a 5 years cumulative expenditure of about 25 billion rand investment in infrastructure. This accounts for 19 modern schools, state-of-the-art schools that we built, 11 clinics, road, libraries, water, and eradication of bucket projects. The Namakwa Special Economic Zone was designated by Minister Ibrahim Patel. I would love this House to give the Minister in his absence here a nice round of applause. We launched our first phase, 1 billion rand housing project, and contractors are on site building houses for the people of the Northern Cape. In 2024, SANRAL commenced with the implementation of the 14 billion rand road maintenance project. I'm certain those of you who are using our roads can bear testimony that there is significant and visible improvement in the quality of the roads in the Northern Cape. With former Minister Mkhunu, we launched the completed 1.7 billion rand first phase of the Valga-Magara water project in John Taolo-Gaetsewe region. Comrade President, with the massive infrastructure investment, we must include the 10 billion rand second phase of this project that will see more than 200 villages having improved access to clean water. In 2024, the 2.5 billion rand BFI-funded project commenced in Solplaatje municipality, aimed at repairs to bulk water supply infrastructure. We also recorded a decrease in 15 of the 17 priority crimes. Northern Cape is now the safest province in the country. In 2024, 8 clean audits, which marked the highest ever in the history of the Northern Cape administration. The pass rate for 2024 was considerably increased with 8.4%, which is the best improved province in the country, from 75.8% to 84.19%. Over the past 5 years, we have seen a steady growth of our matric pass rate from 66% to 84.9%. This represents 18% increase. Honorable Speaker, to build on this momentum, we are in a process of finalizing the Provincial Infrastructure Plan 2040 and Provincial Job Creation Strategy 2030. It is in this breath that we welcome the President's announcement of the National Government's commitment to Buchu Bay Port and Rail Infrastructure Project and the intended government 940 billion rand investment on infrastructure. Implementation of the Buchu Bay Port and Rail Infrastructure will alleviate the port gridlock that we are currently confronted with as a country. And it will also change the socio-economic landscape in the province.
Thank you, Honorable Premier.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
The next speaker to the podium will be the Honorable Minister of Tourism.
Honorable President, Deputy President, and members of the House, Premier Sou, sê vir Tannie Magda, ek stem saam met haar, sy ma se. Dankie. Mr. President, a lot is being said here about America today. I am not going to waste my time because Trump only deserves the middle finger. It is his constitutional right to be stupid. Let me turn to serious business. Mr. President, we welcome your commitment to the founding principles contained in the Government of National Unity and the Statement of Intent to reduce poverty, reduce the cost of living, and address the indignity in which many of our people live. However, we must acknowledge that regardless of all the noise, both locally and internationally, South Africa has constitutional and moral obligations to transform society, to narrow inequality, and create a nation in which all citizens have a stake. Section 27 of our Constitution guarantees the right to access to basic needs, including health care, food, water, and social security. It also places the onus on the state to take reasonable steps to ensure that these rights are met. And already we have got the Grootboom Constitutional Court judgment to this effect. The SRD grant has played a critical role in keeping millions afloat, but it remains insufficient to lift our people out of extreme poverty. The GNU needs to implement the safety net. We all agreed to reduce poverty in the Statement of Intent and implement the basic income grant. A properly structured basic income grant would not just be a welfare measure, it would be an economic stimulus, increasing consumer spending, supporting small businesses, and create demand-driven job opportunities. Honourable Deputy Speaker, on the tourism front, we have made great strides in the past year, and a key success has been our work with Operation Vulindlela and the Presidency
the State Security Agency and the Department of Home Affairs on the visa regime. As stated by the President in SONA, that we will continue to enhance our visa system to make it easier for skilled people to invest in our country and grow tourism. The Department of Tourism will use the visa enablers, the electronic travel authorization, the trusted tour operator scheme, and the digital nomad to grow tourism targeting India and China. As the tourism sector, I want to commend and thank the Minister of Home Affairs and his team for the impressive gains made on the visa regime front. Tourism in India and China, they are very excited about this new initiative, and we cannot wait to reap the rewards of the progress in the coming months. As stated by President in SONA, that the diversity, the energy, the talent of the South African people is our greatest asset. And I must take this time to thank each and every person in the tourism sector for all their hard work and contributions to our growing sector. And I wish to thank them in advance for the work that we will continue to do. Another key development is on the 4th of December 2024, Cabinet approved the route development marketing strategy to be implemented from the 1st of April 2025.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Your time has expired. The next speaker to the podium will be the Honourable Cherwa.
Mabandla kamjukwana kandaba sizwe sikamthaniya, Commander-in-Chief Julius Sello Malema, all the officials, commissars, selfless activists of the EFF, and all the progressive forces who stood up and spoke out when President Malema was once again under attack by Western imperialists who are provoked by our resolve to attain economic freedom in our lifetime. Revolutionary greetings. President Cyril Ramaphosa, we stand here today to respond to your State of the Nation address that didn't address the state of our nation. We respond to you on behalf of the women who have been waiting for parental justice in our maintenance courts for many years and received no justice because they didn't have enough in their pockets to bribe their way to justice. We respond to you on behalf of thousands and thousands of young men and women who recently completed their matric but are faced with the tormenting reality that their lives, like those before them, will amount to nothingness because their bachelor's degrees passes did not guarantee them a table in university. We respond on behalf of Khanyisile, who is a victim of bullying at Sutherland High School because she's a black girl in South Africa. She and many young black women are forced to learn that under your leadership, they are second-class citizens. Your presidency does nothing for us, Mr. President. It doesn't protect us, nor does it give us justice. Received this response on behalf of 17-year-old Amahle, diagnosed at Charlotte Maxeke Johannesburg Academic Hospital in 2017 to being on the spectrum with special needs and has still not received her right to specialized vocational education to date. Her and thousands other children with disabilities and special needs are cursed with having you as the government of the day, as what is standing between them and their right to education is a government that has abandoned the responsibility of defending the most vulnerable in our society. Mam Rebecca Molefe, who has a common reality to that of my great-grandmother, Unomngwalisa Ngokazi. These black women and majority of black people in this country had their land stripped away from them by white supremacists. Mam Molefe's case is even more catastrophic, as her land was stolen 20 years into democracy after you became president. Petrol attendants, widows and orphans of Marikana, millions of unemployed youth who are bed-rotting and giving in to depression, grandmothers who are abused by their nyaupe and crystal-addicted grandsons and daughters, teachers who are threatened daily at their places of work by children who are victims of dysfunctional communities, business people who have to pay thugs protection fees or risk being killed, farm workers in Pierrefier in the Eastern Cape who are paid a carton of milk and a box of cigarettes after a week's worth of labor, the colored Dunnies in the Cape Flats who pray at night while we sleep, hoping to end the violence with spiritual intervention and waiting for Godot because the government has failed to protect them and the black people in this country who are dispossessed of their land. As much as you say that you will not be bullied, and we agree with you that you must not be bullied, the reality is that, Mr. President, you are being bullied. If you were not being bullied, you would have supported the amendment of Section 25 of our Constitution that was to see the justified expropriation of land without compensation, not the watered-down Expropriation Act that uses the language of revolution, but yet far away from true justice. The state, including Parliament, the executive and the judiciary, carry the obligation to redress imbalances of the past through the enactment of laws that will achieve redress and equitably redistribute all resources. If you were not being bullied, the South African government would pass legislation that all the food bought by government for public facilities should be sourced from small-scale farmers and food producers. This in itself will create sustainable economic activity and inspire many unemployed young people in the country to go into food production because there will be income and financial benefits to boost other economic activities out of it. We would increase state capacity and stop rendering the development of this nation to the greed of tenderpreneurs. We will always need cleaners, Mr. President, truck drivers, security guards, surveyors, healthcare workers, and engineers. There is no tangible reason to subject our nation to the mercy of the private sector through tenders for basic functions of the state. Build the capacity of the state you are in charge of. Do the actual work. Don't just talk about industrialization. Do it. We export almost everything in this country, and your government oversees the compromise of industries we used to dominate. What is the reason that we export Ivaslap Yogeza when we were once a nation that boasted dominance in the textile industry? It is because you are bullied. Initiate the establishment of a state-owned mining company, housing construction company, a state roads company, a state cementing company, because we can no longer tolerate what the party of convicts is doing in Johannesburg with the money that is meant to build our roads. Introduce vocational education in earlier grades. Decolonize the education curriculum. We want you to be exhausted of creating matriculants who have zero skills to show after 12 years of being in the education system. This while children as young as 9 years old are being taught robotics in China. You have been president for 7 years now. May this be the very last State of the Nation address where you hide the shame of your incompetency behind a vision board that never comes to fruition. You chose to lead with people.
Could you please take your seat? Honourable Member, on what point of order are you standing?
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. I'm rising on Rule 53 of the Joint Rule of Parliament. The Honourable Member is making personal reflection on the integrity of the President.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. We are looking into that.
Mr. President, you chose to lead with people who want to maintain the status quo because you are bullied. You chose to lead with those who write letters to America and tell on you like you're a little child that requires supervision because you are bullied. You chose the people who don't have a history of ever choosing your own people because you are bullied. And so long as that is the hill that you are willing to build your legacy on, the economic freedom fighters can claim to not being bullied because despite your collaboration with Pravin Gordhan, Jacob Zuma, and the establishment to silence the generation of President Julius Malema, we continue to rally behind the radical call for expropriation of land of South Africans without compensation for equal redistribution and use, nationalization of mines, banks, and other strategic sectors of the economy without compensation, building state government capacity, which will lead to the abolishment of tenders, free quality education, healthcare, housing and sanitation, massive protected industrial development to create millions of sustainable jobs, including the introduction of minimum wages in order to close the wage gap between the rich and the poor, close the apartheid wage gap and promote rapid career paths for Africans in the workplace, massive development of the African economy and advocating for a move from reconciliation to justice in the entire continent, open, accountable and corrupt-free government and society without fear of victimization by the State Defense Force, police and other agencies. We continue to call for economic freedom in our lifetime, economic freedom in our lifetime, economic freedom in our lifetime, economic freedom in our lifetime.
The progressive is in tatters. The next member to the podium will be the Honourable Minister of Higher Education.
The progressive is finished.
Thank you, Honourable Members. Could you please take your seat and allow the next member on the podium? Thank you. Thank you, Honourable Members.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Deputy Chairperson. I will premise this debate by reflecting on what democratic and autocratic regimes contextualize education. My position is underpinned by priority number 4 of the ANC manifesto, which calls for investing in people, linked with
Honourable
the priority...
Minister, could you please speak into the microphone so that you can be clearly heard? Thank you.
I will premise this debate by reflecting on what democratic and autocratic regimes contextualize education. My position is underpinned by priority number 4 of the ANC manifesto, which calls for investing in people, linked with the priority of the GNU, a capable, ethical and developmental state. In the 1950s, Verwoerd said, I quote, "There is no place for the Bantu in the European community above the level of certain forms of labor. What is the use of teaching the Bantu child mathematics when it cannot use in practice? That is quite absurd. Education must train people in accordance with their opportunities in life, according to the spheres in which they live. That's why today we have a challenge of maths and science in our students in terms of performance. It's because of the white people in the 1950s. On the contrary, Nelson Mandela said, it is not beyond our power to create a world in which all children have access to good education. Those who do not believe this have small imaginations. We remember his words today, hence it marks 35 years of his release from prison. Ekuseni ngo-4 o'clock, sakhulula uMandela. In response to these divergent views, one of the leaders of the Progressive Liberation Movement, which is the African National Congress, the latter, and the colonial ruler, the former, 70 years ago, a profound promise was made in the Freedom Charter, a declaration that the doors of learning and culture shall be opened. This year, we rise in our collective spirit to stand against bullies. As President Ramaphosa declared, we will not be bullied. We will not be bullied as we dismantle the structural barriers of inequality. We will not be bullied as we move decisively to implement the NHI, the Bella Bill, the Expropriation Act, ensuring that power, resources and opportunities serve the people, not the privileged elite. What we need to understand is that education can put us in a trajectory to rapidly respond to the economy of the future through cutting-edge research capabilities, empower our nation's people to claim the democratic freedom and build a more prosperous and just society. Today, we reaffirm this noble vision of our people. We understand the aspirations of the society and visioning an integrated approach of the government focus of all-round improvement on education system as a whole. An education system that has a consolidated programmatic vision, an education value chain with a focus on early childhood development basic education, and post-school education and training, which is then going to transition into the world of work, thereby addressing access and success. During SONA, His Excellency President Cyril Ramaphosa said, Matric class of 2024 achieved the highest pass rate in our country's history for the first time in history of our country. Nearly half of these learners achieved a bachelor pass. Honorable Chair, through years of patience, deliberate interventions, and through years of policy reforms by the ANC-led government in the previous administration, the sector now is maturing and demonstrating incremental performance, which has resulted in the 87.3% pass rate in 2024. Honorable Speaker, we are now, as the African National Congress, reaping the fruits of these reforms introduced by the democratic government led by the African National Congress, together with measures implemented to drive support during COVID-19 period. Ultimately, in 2024, these measures proved to be effective as we witnessed a significant increase in metric results due to progressive decisions made to support the class of 2024 by the sixth administration. Recent reforms that have been introduced in the sixth administration is the Bella Bill, which was signed into law. It is a pivotal act for ensuring that education is accessible and inclusive, and it does not leave anyone behind. We will continue paying attention to the socio-economic relevance of these efforts by restructuring and reimagining NSFAS as well as SETAs to drive education and skills revolution as a catalyst for all-round socio-economic transformation. Honorable Member, the President has also responded to the financial barriers, introduced the comprehensive student funding model as the revised NSFAS model, which seeks to bridge the funding gap, particularly amongst those middle-income families. Today, millions of young South Africans have access to post-education and training system without the overwhelmed burden of financial exclusion. Honorable Member, TVET colleges are central to the African National Congress policy position and this government's effort to develop the skills pipeline essential for economic growth. To address youth unemployment, we are promoting centers of specialization across TVET colleges. By the year 2030, South Africa must achieve the National Development Plan targeting of producing 30,000 artisans annually, which is a crucial goal. Additional test centers have been established to certify artisans who can contribute to the construction, automotive, and manufacturing industries, ensuring a future-oriented workforce. Education is a catalyst for economic growth. Skills development is essential in our fight against poverty and inequality. The partnership between DHET and Allen Gray empowers TVET artisanal entrepreneurs by implementing student-focused entrepreneurship development programs in all our 50 TVET colleges in South Africa. Honorable Chair, we commend the ANC, the leader of government, for steering a united GNU where diversity thrives, where ideological differences is embraced, and the nation building takes center stage. Meanwhile, outside the GNU, it is colder than a Cape Town winter. The so-called Progressive Caucus collapsed faster than the EFF, switches from a red overall parliament to designer clothes after parliament. You will see them today. The camouflage toy soldiers, marching cycles, lost in a family legacy party where leadership is inherited. Maybe a GNU boot camp is indeed needed so that they can learn how essentially unity is. Honorable members, when we speak of transformation today, we do so with the understanding that it is not merely an option, but a necessity. We cannot accelerate growth, tackling inequality, or reduce unemployment without fundamentally empowering our youth. South Africa and the entire continent must acknowledge that their biggest asset is not just natural resources, but also their youthful population. Utilizing this young population
Thank you very
is
much,
crucial.
Honourable Minister. Your time has expired.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker to the podium is Honourable Mikalakis.
Deputy Chairperson, the President gloated in his speech on Thursday that more than 28 million unemployed and vulnerable people receive social grants. And although it's commendable that the state is supporting the poor and vulnerable, as it should, this is half our population that cannot even buy a bread without relying on the state for help. And then you send here from the Northern Cape a Premier who last year said people in his province should make more babies so that he can get a bigger slice of the budget. You, Honourable Premier, should make more jobs and less or fewer ludicrous statements. South Africans do not want to be grovelling and begging at the feet of the government, and they certainly do not want to be told what to do by a government. And on that topic, Madam Speaker, the NHI, although the Minister of Health has not spoken today, I think he's said more than enough to last us all a lifetime. But the President did touch on this in his speech. I want to say to the Minister, the pioneer of the NHS in Britain was a Labour Party minister called Nye Bevan. Minister, you think you are another Nye Bevan, but you're only halfway there, because this idea is half-baked. This is why you lost 4% and more in the poll directly after you signed it into law, Mr. President. The South Africans want to be free to choose, free from government interference. Mr. President, yes, they want a basic standard of living, and the DA wants this to happen. But South Africans do not want to pay for it with their freedom, to become forever at the mercy of a big government. As far as Deputy Minister Zikalala is concerned, you tried so hard, but you came up short. Demotions to the rank of deputy are always painful, but it's been 6 months. Get over it, man. And see it as a learning curve. If you watch carefully what Minister McPherson is doing, you might one day be a good Minister of Public Works yourself. If I then turn to the opposition, Deputy Chairperson, let me quote Honourable Malema, and I can't believe I'm being reduced to quoting the Honourable Malema, but stranger things have happened in this House. A quote from December 2024, Honourable Malema said, "To work with President Zuma is to stab yourself in the back because he is not honest." In this rare moment of enlightenment, the Honourable Member has stated clearly what we've been saying for years. Because listening to the MK speakers, I should think that it was hardly possible to state the opposite of the truth with more precision. Puppeteered by the very man who benefited from the arms deal and saw the initial decline of the Defence Force and presided over its gradual further decline, how hypocritical is it that you can come and pretend that you're on the side of our soldiers? The same man oversaw state capture and then appointed the first ever impeached judge with a history of poor judgment in law to come and preach justice for all. Irony is supposed to be funny. This is just vulgar hypocrisy.
Order. Honourable Member, could you please rise so I can see who it is? On what rule are you standing, Honourable Member?
Honourable Speaker, I rise on a point of order in terms of Rule 85 of the joint rules. The Honourable Sikaladis, he made some improper and defamatory statements against President Jacob Zuma, alleging the outcome of an arms deal.
Sorry, Honourable Member, Rule 85 is the wrong rule that you are standing on. Please take your seat. It's a wrong rule. Thank you. Continue, Honourable Member.
Which rule book are you looking at?
Rule 85.
Of which rule book?
The joint rules.
I'm just wondering. I'm referring to the National Assembly
No,
rules.
this is the joint rules that will apply. The joint rules.
Okay,
Please
thank
take your
you.
seat.
Thank you.
Thank you. Honourable Nicholas, may continue.
And finally, we have the small parties who one by one came to tell us in a few minutes each how to govern, when the most they've done up to now is to destabilize every government they've ever been a part of, with not a single leadership election between the lot of them. Precious democracy there. Mr. President, we need to create jobs and growth. Our DA ministers have begun creating exactly this. That's why you could brag about mostly their achievements on Thursday. And good for you. Now, the rest of the cabinet must come on board, and urgently. so the entire government can take this country forward. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. The next Honourable Member is Honourable Mokoena. Thank you, Honourable Members. Could you please give the Honourable Member an opportunity to speak and be heard? Thank you.
Thank you. Is it on? Madam Speaker, Deputy Chairperson of the NCOP, greetings to all South Africans. I would like to acknowledge the incomparable and charismatic President of the MK Party, the bold and the decisive leader of our era, His Excellency J.G. Zuma, as well as our esteemed party leader, Dr. M.J. Hlophe, a figure of resilience, distinction, tried and tested through times, who proudly holds the highest accolades in the 7th Parliament. I would like to remind some of the previous speakers who seemingly did not get the memo of why we are here. We are here to debate the SONA, not to debate the MK Party president. Because thanks to some of you, because of your devious and conniving actions.
Honourable Members, allow the Speaker to continue. Thank you.
Because of some of your devious and conniving actions, he's simply an esteemed guest today. Honourable Stenezen, you need to really heal. I mean, it's been years from now. Your continued obsession over President Zuma is now laughable. It has reached a sad level, and it hasn't changed the fact that you have joined this government out of desperation. Someone needs to tell the DA to focus their energy on the embarrassing City of Tshwane exclusion. Concentrate rather on begging Honourable Panyaza to finally give you a table at his seat. The MK Party should be the last of your worries. Deputy Minister Zigalala, you are not a very tall man, and your debate was also vertically challenged.
Order.
You simply missed the point. Your main problem is your less qualified minister who completely undermines you and bullies you, not us. Honourable Modise, the least I say about you, the better. Your speech was unfortunately not even worth the paper that it's written on. I'm not sure if you are working towards a promotion, but the cheap shots that were petty won't get you far up the ladder. Mr. Ramaphosa, what we witnessed at the State of the Nation address was nothing more than a calculated attempt to distract the nation from the shocking failures of your government. Failures that have quite frankly crippled the lives of millions of South Africans, crippled our health systems, our education system, and infrastructure, and even safety of our citizens. The false progress and transformation that you so boldly represent were quite misleading, for a lack of a better word. Nothing more than a mask covering the festering wounds of corruption, mismanagement, and neglect. It is no secret that your government has failed to deliver, yet you continue to spin the tale of progress while our people suffer. Instead, we see cadre deployment. Cadre deployment has now manifested itself to the other GNU parties and its heavily bloated cabinet. The MK Party, whether you like it or not, we are a government in waiting. We stand committed to exposing the truth. We stand committed to ensuring that the harsh realities of our people are not swept under the rug by empty promises and your well-crafted speech. And today we represent the truth that your government has failed our provinces, failed our people, you failed our future in this country. This is the harsh reality of our provinces. Let us start with Eastern Cape, a province that has become a symbol of systematic failure, a province where financial mismanagement has reached its staggering heights. Over 1 billion rands unauthorized spending. This can't be a minor mistake. It's a failure of governance. Out of the 39 municipalities in that province, nearly half of them are at the brink of collapse. with only a handful managing to achieve even the most basic standard of accountability. Take the tragic loss of 231 lives in the roads of Eastern Cape in 2024, due to the horrible state of the provincial roads, roads that were never maintained, roads that were left to decay while politicians turned a blind eye. Then we moved to KZN, our beautiful province of KZN, a province betrayed by this very GNU, a province that stole the votes of the people. We all know that the MK party won KZN fair and square. But through the manipulation of GNU, your government has abandoned its duty to protect its citizens. Unemployment in this province has soared to a high of 42%. This is not an economic success at all. But it doesn't stop there. 1,000 lives have no access to clean water. Sanitation projects that were promised remain unfinished. Free State, this promised land reform has proven to be nothing but empty words. Farmers, both new and old, are being abandoned. In Gauteng, let us turn our heads to Gauteng, where over 300,000 families remain on housing waiting lists. Meanwhile, informal settlements continue to mushroom. The streets of Johannesburg used to be quite beautiful, once a shining example of Africa's potential, now littered and neglected through the GNU. Mpumalanga, the center of South Africa's coal, not just from economic stagnation, but it's suffocating from the environmental decline. Despite your promises, sir, power outages are still a daily routine, still a daily reality in Mpumalanga. But that's not the only crisis. Mining activities have poisoned the rivers and water resources, leaving the communities to live with acid mine drainage. Limpopo, the future of our children is being sacrificed. Over 40% of 3-year-olds are not enrolled in any early childhood development programs. And nearly 13% of 4-year-olds have no access to education at all. And you call that progress. Let's get to the province of Northwest. Municipalities continue to fail, deliver basic services. Funds meant for service delivery are mismanaged every day. Then it's the Western Cape, where the DA carries on with a loud hailer, saying that it's boasting about economic growth. But the reality is far different. We see you. The progress they talk of only benefits the privileged few. You only need to land in Cape Town Airport to see the grim reality of what our people are facing. The housing backlog in the province exceeds 300,000. We as the MK party are led by a fearless and visionary leader whose strength and decisiveness define this era. We have been entrusted with a mandate by the people, people who refuse to accept a future dictated by lies and empty promises. The failures of the government of the GNU are not just an embarrassment, they are a betrayal of the people who put you in the trust. The time for real change is now. And to those who cling to hate, division, and racism in disguise, we see you. We urge you to take advantage of the opportunity opened up by Trump. The gates of America are open for you. You will not be missed. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. The next member to speak is Honourable Mapelo. Thank you, Honourable Members. Please allow the member on the podium to speak. Thank you.
Chairperson.
Order, Honourable Members.
Chairperson, and the collective of the presiding officers, the President of the Republic, Deputy President, and the collective of the executive, and honorable members, honorable members, just before his blood and soul was about to be brutally extracted from his youthful and healthy body, by the evil and forever thirsty apartheid vampires for black blood. Solon Mahlangu said the following, and I quote, "Tell my people that I love them and they must continue the fight. My blood will nourish the tree that will water the tree of freedom," close quotation. President Ramaphosa, your State of the Nation address is in the context of what Solomon Mahlangu was saying. Because in that State of the Nation address, you demonstrated love for the people of South Africa. This you demonstrated by ensuring that the message is very clear to our people and the world that as South Africa, because we love peace and friendship, we are part of all the United Nations institutions of governance and all its other ancillary bodies. You indicated in your speech that the reason why we love our people, that is why we are part of multilateralism. You indicated in your speech that it is important for us not to allow imperialism to be unleashed on the people of South Africa. You indicated that the reason why we must continue to work with the African continent is because we are part of Africa and we must ensure that Africa succeeds in its quest to make sure that the economy grows and to make sure that we create jobs for the people of Africa. You said, President, in your speech, that you are continuing to engage both Russia and Ukraine to make sure that there is peace and friendship, as the Freedom Charter has said. This you are doing because you love our people. I just want to make an example of this love which flows from your organization, the African National Congress. There will be a lot of brouhaha to you if you are a leader at that level. But we know, President, that empirical evidence has demonstrated that here in South Africa, our foreign exchange reserves are hovering around 1.6 trillion. These foreign exchange reserves that we have are not happening because they fell like manna from heaven. It's happening because there's a deliberate program in the leadership that you are leading in government by the African National Congress to make sure that we invest in other nations and other nations also invest in South Africa. It has happened because the necessary investment conditions are created and continue to be strengthened to ensure that people and companies are able to come to South Africa to invest so that we can deal with poverty, inequality, and unemployment. Honorable Groenewald, I think you are being hypocritical and disingenuous. You take advantage of the prevailing circumstances because of voices that are coming from the US. You want to impress them by conflating the matters of expropriation of land with matters of common criminality. Because a matter of somebody who invades a farm illegally, that is criminality. And therefore you can't conflate it with an act that has been signed by the president. But I'm not surprised because we will know that here in South Africa, there was a man who was from the Afrikaner Weerstand Beweging. That man is Eugene Terreblanche. And one of the things he did, Eugene Terreblanche, as a scarecrow towards the first democratic elections in 1994, he called upon right-wing Afrikaners to store non-perishable food because there was going to be instability in South Africa. Terra Blanca is no more, and the food substances that were stored, they ran out of their shelf life. And he didn't have the opportunity to say to them that I misled you. I'm saying this because the right-wingers, in the form of Solidarity and AfriForum, are doing exactly the same thing. If you say that and you mislead people, if you say that in South Africa there's land grabs that are taking place, when you know the truth that there's no land grabs taking place in South Africa, there's a constitution that we are respecting, you are behaving exactly like Eugene Terra Blanche behaved before the 1994 elections. Honorable Steenhuisen, I thought that there's a dilution of Steenhuisenism because you are now part of the GNU. Now, please make sure that you go and study the constitution of the country very well. You don't have ministers that you have appointed. In terms of the constitution of the republic, the ministers are appointed by the president. Now, you cannot come here and claim ownership over ministers that you did not appoint. You are actually breaking the law because the ministers, as I say, are appointed by the president. There's no one else who can appoint the ministers. President, we want to commend you for ensuring that you did not respond openly to President Kagame in as far as the situation in the eastern part of the DRC is concerned. Because what you were doing is to respect the channel of diplomacy that I established as a leader. And what you were doing, you knew that he is your brother, he is your African brother, and an opportunity to engage with him will come, like it happened over the weekend. Kobufelong President, nkwakomo mogala tshwara thata isere go utla sebodu wa khao. Ke a leboga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable members, there was one point of order that was raised during the sitting. That point will be considered and a pronouncement will be made at the sitting tomorrow. That brings us to the end of the list of speakers for today. The debate will resume tomorrow. I will ask all honorable members to please remain standing until the procession leaves the chamber. That concludes the business of the day and the joint sitting is adjourned. Thank you, honorable members.